Here we are. We're live. Hello, everybody. This is Transbricks on a Sunday, sunny Sunday afternoon in Norway. I have a very special guest star with me today. My name's Meja, by the way, and this is Sandra.
Hi.
Right, can we hear Sandra? I think we can, but we need to make sure her levels are good. So I'm gonna play with your levels now. I'm sure this isn't the first time you've had your levels tested, is it, Sandra?
I've tested my levels in every meaning of the word.
Hold on a second. Right, guest, let's bring that up. Okay, let's do a testing 1, 2, 3, please.
Hi.
Testing 1, 2, 3. Yeah. That's better, maybe.
How is my levels?
Yeah, your levels are good. They're going into the yellow now. So, I think that's better, isn't it? Let me know if that's better. Let me know if I should change it. It's very difficult to monitor, honestly, and I find it difficult to balance it with my voice as well. So you might be too loud, or I might be too quiet, or vice versa, or something. So we have to figure that out. Anyway, everyone's saying hello, everybody, and thank you for welcoming my special guest. We've got Aurelia in the chat. We've got Evie. Hello. Evie says hi in chat whilst waiting. What you waiting for, Evie? 2 Points West is here. Good morning. And Rex Stuff is here. Hello. Yeah, it's been a little while, hasn't it? I'm glad you could join us today. I think we're in for a nice little stream today. I'm excited to talk to Sandra, and we're gonna learn all about Sandra. Well, as much as she wants to tell us, anyway.
Everything?
Well, maybe not everything. Also, you're getting blocked by one of my I'm going to move you. So let's just... I'm going to just move you. It shouldn't hurt too much. Let me just bring you down here. That's probably a better spot. I could make you bigger too. There we go. Hey, that's better. That's better. Cool. You're my little because you're obviously smaller than me, but it looks like you sat on my desk. It's like and I can kind of pat you on the head.
Yeah, I can be a mascot.
You're my little mascot on my desk. It's perfect. Hey Bill, how you doing? Sandra's pretty, isn't she? Oh no, pretty low. All right, yeah, okay. Hopefully I fixed that with the audio. Rex Stuff says daylight saving pushed me 2 hours the wrong way. So what time is it for you now, Rex? Is it really late? I think it's really late for you in the evening, maybe, is it? I don't know. Thank you, Aurelia. That's a nice correction, addition, etc. So how are you today, Sandra?
I'm good. I've slept like a baby all night.
Brilliant.
8 hours straight, I think. So I think I'm recovering from some hasty weeks with studying and work.
Oh yeah, you've been really hard at work, haven't you? It's going to boost you a little bit more.
Yeah, a little bit more. I have 2 exams coming up, so I need to study some more.
Let's try 10 decibels. 10 decibels must be it. Okay.
Into the details.
Sorry, I'm faffing technically, because that's something I feel I have to do. What we should have done, obviously, is test all this before we started streaming. But who has time for that in this economy? So Sandra, would you like to tell us just a little bit about yourself, so that our guests become, at least as familiar as I am. No, maybe not as familiar as that. But
wow.
No, not as familiar as that. You? No, not that familiar. But but I want them to love you as much as I love you. Well, okay, not as much as that. I don't know. How long ago did you start your transition? By the way, Sandra's trans. I hope I'm not giving too much away, but Sandra is also trans, just like me.
Yeah, and I'm very open about it also, so you're not giving away anything, except people in the stream didn't know from before, so...
Now they do.
I started my transition 5 years ago, actually.
5 years ago is quite a long time, isn't it? I think that feels like a long time. You're basically... I'm halfway along compared to you.
In some terms, yes, but still, you're further away in your transition than I am.
From the point of view of having done a bunch of stuff, maybe.
Yeah, exactly.
And you are you're quite well established as like you have a personal training business as well, don't you?
I sold it so I could go through my transition quicker than through the healthcare system. So I don't own the fitness business, but I'm working in it.
Yeah. Okay. Sorry, my mistake.
Yeah, that's okay.
I'm still faffing.
Yeah, and this is something I chose to do. Selling the business, of course. The transition is nothing that I chose to do. I just had to do it. Yeah, but my life is
no one chooses to transition, really. It's never really a choice. Sometimes we're accused of choosing this lifestyle, which is such a massive red flag kind of phrase. And no one really chooses. Who would choose this? Who would choose this lifestyle? Seriously, because it ain't easy. We don't go from. It's not a life. No one chooses it. And also, what does it even mean to choose a lifestyle? They're basically taking language from homophobia, a gay lifestyle, and they're turning it into the latest thing that they like to do, which is be transphobic. Because being homophobic is no longer socially acceptable, and they have to hate someone, don't they? I mean, it's no good to just walk through life being happy that other people exist. You have to make sure that you feel better than someone else. So some people do anyway, huh? And so so we're the target now. But no, obviously we don't choose this lifestyle, and we are trans, and we are born trans. Some of us take a little while to work it out, but it doesn't change the fact that there's basically no choice in the matter. And
exactly.
That was your experience as well, wasn't it?
Yeah. I just noticed Aurelia Shirley, the sentence she wrote. How many dog whistles can we fit in one simple sentence? Choosing this lifestyle.
Yeah. Did you like how my dog was? The dogs are barking, somewhere. Ooh!
Yeah. Exactly. Now my life is pretty good established, and when it comes to being on the right path to the life I want to lead. So I'm studying. I have 1.5 years left in my bachelor study. I have plans for my future. I have gone through mainly everything that I need to when it comes to transition. And I have friends. I have my family around me.
How did your family accept things? Was there any difficulties there, or was it fairly smooth sailing?
Compared to all the stories I've heard, my family was pretty smooth with it. My father was one that had the biggest problems with it. Yeah. Actually, even my grandmother was more easy.
That's funny.
My father thought he lost his son in some ways, but he's come around. Yeah,
I'm glad.
Yeah, me too.
Let's catch each other.
Yeah, but
Aurelia says, healthcare. I've heard about this myth. Did I talk about healthcare? I can't remember saying that, but yes, it is. There is actually healthcare, believe it or not. Trans-related healthcare, often supplied by the state. I've heard about it. I've heard it. It is often mythical, but I'm sure some people manage to get some help, right? No, actually, Sandra, sure. You did quite well, didn't you? Because you managed to kind of, right from the start, I remember you telling me you actually had quite a good experience. Aurelia's had a terrible experience with healthcare. She lives in Denmark, and it's been a real struggle for her to try and get kind of anything from them, and it always feels like she's on the verge of it all being taken away from her if she doesn't play ball, which is so wrong. It's like they expect obedience, otherwise we'll take away your healthcare. It's like, how is that a thing that they think is a good idea? It seems very unethical. However, you have had a reasonably good experience.
Yeah, when I first made contact with my general practitioner, he was very caring, actually, and he prepared well for the first talk we had. And also, he had he did some research before we met, and he found a psychologist which had been specializing in transgender care. So, and that psychologist was just around the corner from me. Sorry.
It's okay.
Yeah. And then I got into the healthcare system in the university hospital here, the national, what do you call it? National transgender care thing.
Yes, that'll do.
Yeah, and it was pretty smooth sailing as far as the system allows. But it takes a bunch of time though. So I needed to speed some things up by selling my house, selling my business, and pay for everything.
It is expensive, isn't it?
The biggest hurdle was actually COVID.
Oh yeah.
In the middle of everything. Yeah.
So that kind of scuppered some of your plans, did it?
Yeah, it made me wait longer for my hormone treatment, and I was really scared that my plans for genital surgery would be cancelled because I decided to go to Thailand.
Yes.
Yeah, but that was far better than waiting another 4 years for the Norwegian system to get around.
It would have been that, wouldn't it? So, it was probably, a minimum of 6 to 7 years at least until one might be considered for genital surgery on the Norwegian system. Whereas if you go to Thailand or have the resources and money to do it privately, basically there's a couple of things a couple of hurdles that they do put in our way. For Thailand, we need 2 letters from 2 different psychologists confirming that we are appropriate patients for genital reconstruction surgery. We also need to have been transitioning for. They still put a minimum, don't they? I think is it a year or 2 years or something? I'm not sure what it is, but I don't think they'd consider a trans person for surgery unless they've been transitioning. I think it's at least a year. It must be. Which is sort of fair.
When it comes to Thailand, they require 10 months of HRT.
Is it 10 months HRT? Close to a year. Yeah. Okay, but that's not too bad actually. I was sort of surprised. Sorry.
I think it's different from clinic to clinic, actually.
That's probably true. Yeah, that's probably true. And then of course, you need to have the finances. And the finances, you need to travel there. You need to be able to stay there and take time off work or something for at least a month or 2, probably longer, right? Because recovery from SRS it's a serious business. It's not something to be taken lightly. Out of all the transgender surgeries that I've had, this is by far and away the hardest in basically every way. Certainly in recovery, that's for sure. It's going on and on and on. In 10 days, it'll be 5 months for me, and it's still a slog. It's still hard work. But for you, it's actually a lot easier, isn't it? It's got a lot easier now.
Yeah, now I'm almost 2 years and 5 months out. So, yeah, I can do whatever I want. I can ride a bike, I can have sex, I can do strength training.
But can you ride a bike whilst having sex?
Sure.
Yeah, okay. But seriously, can you? Because you should ask the doctor, ask the surgeons. we had a list of things that I'm going to reach out soon, guys. We had a list of things at Suporn, kind of dates to put in our calendar of when we could do certain things after surgery. And they also kind of, we also had a kind of a talk about it, a kind of, a group session thing talking about all these things with one of the staff. And there's some really interesting ones on there, I remember. So basically, you could gently explore the area after 2 or 3 months. It's like kind of 2, but we recommend 3. And that's when you can start kind of, seeing what's down there with your fingers, basically. In an exploratory fashion, but not too kind of difficult to get. You shouldn't get too carried away. It shouldn't be a problem really, because it still feels a bit sore, right? So you kind of know that. Even though I also saw there's like this weird combination of, it's like, oh, this feels kind of nice, and this is sort of fun, but also it hurts, and you've got these two kind of contradictory kind of things going on in your head, and
exactly.
As time goes, the pain kind of disappears and the pleasure kind of takes over. Is my kind of experience so far. I'm still not sure where I am exactly, because there's still definitely some kind of, I'm not sure I should be doing this because I don't know if it even feels that good. But it's there's definitely progress. But it's just I'm looking forward to it being completely no pain and all pleasure.
Yes.
No
pain, all gain.
Yeah, exactly. Let's catch up with chat, see what people are saying. So Aurelia's always happy to hear the good stories because they cheer her up. So positive good stories about GPs who, Sandra was really lucky, more lucky than me, that's for sure. I mean, my GP wasn't actively hostile, but he also did nothing to help me, so he might as well have been. Same result basically. Whereas Sandra's GP, he did research. Can you believe it? He actually, he felt like he could help you out. It's really good to hear. Hey Freya, how you doing? Thanks for joining us. Aurelia says, yeah, they use COVID as an excuse for the 18-month delay when there should have been 3 months, according to guidelines here. I see. So are they still doing that? So for the first appointment, it's 18 months. And is that because of COVID? Well, obviously COVID did affect a lot. It's like it is true that COVID kind of really did strain the healthcare resources of a lot of countries, and certainly the UK, but also Denmark and probably Norway as well. But yeah, it's also maybe a very convenient excuse to continue to use that, because I'm not sure it's valid anymore. Mostly trans healthcare is very delayed because it's underfunded drastically.
Exactly.
That's the primary reason, I would say.
Yeah, and that's why I'm engaged in politics, actually.
Yes, because you are starting to get into politics, aren't you? Why don't you tell us a little bit about that? Because actually, that's super duper interesting.
Yeah, but it's really in the start, and I actually learned how to say politics. So
politics.
I think I?
No, yeah,
politics.
that's wrong. Politics.
I haven't learned yet.
Oh, I think you're emphasizing the. What are you politics? I think you're saying politics. Politics. So you're sort of emphasizing the first I. Don't emphasize the first I. Emphasize the last of it. The word, if you want.
Politics.
There you go. You got it. Yes, perfect.
Yes. But yeah, it's quite interesting because there are so few transgender people engaging in politics in Norway. So I want to be one of them. I want to be a voice that is recognized, and my study also makes me a good person to actually do some changes into this system.
Definitely.
Yeah. So I've seen it from the inside. I know what it's like to be the patient. I have also seen all the stories because I talk to a lot of transgender people.
Yeah.
And I really care about people.
That's important for a politician, although I would, surprisingly few perhaps live up to that kind of basic premise of caring about people, caring about the people they represent. I don't know, call me cynical, but I do come from a climate of a completely broken government in the UK. And so it's hard to be positive about politics, certainly from there. However, I am aware that the Norwegian political system and the political parties are a little bit more, hey Frida, are a little bit better than the UK. Hello, here's Frida. Have you seen Frida? Yeah, I think you have seen Frida. Yeah. This is doggy Frida.
It's nice.
She's lovely. She always comes in to visit when I'm streaming. She hears me streaming and she wants to show off how beautiful she is. She's a big show off, basically. Aren't you, Frida? She's a big show off. And you like to show everyone your bottom, mostly. I mean, I can relate to that, actually.
Yeah.
So what? So the whole politics thing that you're doing, you're actually what's your role again in the politics system?
It's not a defined role yet, but I'm probably going to have a role in the what do you call it? The county and the Conservative Party's LGBTQ politics kind of establishment.
Cool.
But I want to work my way up into the national part of it.
Yes. And I just want to clarify for anyone who is from the UK, when she talks about the Conservative Party, she's talking about the Norwegian Conservative Party, which is a very different animal from the UK Conservative Party. Let me just reassure you on that one. They're not all corrupt, hateful transphobes, which is kind of nice, you know.
Exactly. The Norwegian Høyre is actually one of the political parties that is very pro LGBTQ rights.
Yeah, that's great.
Even though it's very hard in any party to get rights to be one of the political programs.
Yeah.
It's hard in any party.
I mean, it's always going to be a bit of a struggle, and especially when you're trying to represent what is, after all, a minority. If you were going in trying to represent fish farmers or something like that, you'd probably find yourself on a lubricated conveyor belt straight into the kind of, you know, because it's such an obvious kind of thing. And I'm sure that, well, probably there's like people vying for those kinds of positions anyway, because it's such a, you know, it's so important to, you know, the economy here. But when you're trying to represent LGBTQ people in the Conservative Party, I think that there's going to be quite a few hurdles there, and one of them is the fact that it's like, well, is there even enough people there to represent for us to consider it an important issue? Do you know how many LGBTQ people there are in Norway?
Oh no, I have no idea actually.
Hey, that's a good thing to find out. But I think I think most polls, if we take the percentage of people on the rainbow, because it's kind of like a fairly standard thing, but and then we can probably just say that that's the same for Norway as well. However, I don't know what the percentage is. Does anyone in chat know how many people identify as LGBTQ as opposed to straight cis-hets? Do we have an answer for that? Let me know in the chat.
The main statistics almost always shows somewhere between 8 and 12% of the population.
Oh, there you go. You had that. Okay, cool. In that case, all we need to know is how many Norwegian people there are, and we can do some maths. Well, someone can.
So around 550,000 people.
Right, but that's quite a lot.
That's almost all of Oslo.
That's a lot of people, and so it's actually, even I'm surprised at that. Actually, I thought it would be less than that, considering I kind of roughly know what the population of Norway is. But that's quite interesting, isn't it?
Yeah.
Let's catch.
But then you count in all the gays, all the bisexual, trans, queer, everyone.
Of course, yeah. But it's important that we all stay together. I mean, it's, you know, we should definitely not let them divide us, even though that's also a concerted effort by many in the GC community. They're trying to separate the LGB from the T and the rest of it. And it's quite horrible. Although it's a good strategy, but it's also horrible. Right, I'm going to catch up with chat now. Aurelia says, it kind of feels like being a circus tiger. She's referring to her healthcare journey. Here to get what we're willing to give you, you have to jump through this maze of hoops on fire blindfolded. Yes, Aurelia, it's awful what you've had to do. Maya, hi Maya, how you doing? Says, it's 2 years for a BA here in the UK. So you've got to be on HRT for 2 years just to get breast augmentation. And that's private, isn't it? And that's private. That's not even in the National Health Service, which I don't think is it even offered? I don't think it is. That's to get it correctly. It's not in the UK. Sorry, Maya's in the UK, so she's talking from the point of view of the UK. I don't think breast augmentation's offered in the UK. But correct me if I'm wrong.
It is in Norway. If you don't respond to the HRT, then you can probably get breast augmentation by the state.
In the UK?
No, in Norway.
In Norway, yeah, in Norway. Yeah, I know you can in Norway.
Yeah, okay.
Aurelia, technically you should soon be able to ride a bike, Meja. Just check the chart. Yeah, I know, technically I should. I should be able to ride a bike. Technically,
but it's not the same as in real life.
No, it's not. I'm not sure I want to. Also, I'm realizing that I might have to change my saddles because all my saddles are, obviously they're male saddles, and so for the female saddles they do have a hole, and I was always wondering why they had a hole, and now it's really clear to me why that hole is there, and I'm kind of thinking, okay, yeah, I need a hole. I got a hole, but I need another hole on my bike. My GP just told me, says Aurelia, I had to get my blood drawn and then told me to fix my vitamin D levels. That was a November to February delay. So you had to... What? So they said you have to fix your vitamin D levels. I don't understand. But yeah, but they are not very nice to you, are they, Aurelia? You've not got a good GP or a good... person you talk to in the GIC either. The COVID stuff was relating to my own transition. They refused to accept new patients. I see. Even on video calls.
I know that's been a problem during COVID, of course.
During COVID. I mean, and COVID's not exactly over. It's just sort of something it's slowly become normalized, hasn't it? And hopefully our healthcare systems are better able to deal with the winter infections, but still probably some strain on it. They just need more money, don't they? It's a shame that Norway is such a poor country, Sandra. Like we're so poor and we don't really have any money to spend on healthcare. It just seems a shame that.
No.
If only we had more money.
Almost. We just have 11 trillion kroner in some fund.
Yeah. That's not much, is it?
Yeah. It's almost like we could just share out 2 million to all Norwegian citizens, actually.
Yeah, we were talking about that the other day. Actually, in the other stream, we were talking about if someone like Elon Musk just decided to actually distribute his wealth to all the citizens of the world, or whatever, how much people would get and how it would work. And I actually sort of pointed out that it probably just wouldn't work because everything suddenly would become really expensive. Like you'd be shopping for a loaf of bread and it would be £1,000 or 10,000 kroner.
Exactly, but I know the economics part behind it because Norway is in a situation where oil is going away, and what has built Norwegian wealth is the oil, and oil is going away soon. So we have to have some system in to replace the oil.
Absolutely.
So I know why politicians are holding back the money because they need to.
Yes, except a citizenry which has poor health is not people who can work and continue to create growth in the economy and add value to the economy. So if everyone's struggling with their health, then that's not a good situation. So I don't know if it's a sound investment on their part, honestly.
Yeah. So they are balancing the economics between not using too much money, but still not letting the country fall down into poor health and poor psychics. They need to balance everything. I know that. But I want to get a better view on this because of my engagement in politics.
Yes.
So yeah, I'll really look into it.
This will be very interesting. Yeah, this will be really interesting kind of research for you, and also to create some arguments to help out. That would be quite interesting, I think. Perhaps a challenge, but maybe sort of fun actually.
It is, and maybe if we look into the system, we can do more for transgender people.
I hope so.
With less money.
Yes,
I don't know. Maybe we can.
I think we probably can. There seems to be quite a lot of inefficiencies in the system, right? So Aurelia says, future English teacher. No, don't think so. That's when I was correcting you on the politics thing. We're way behind chat, so I really need to catch up. She Aurelia does ask, will you be running for election eventually?
That I think that's a long way into the future.
A long way, but maybe one day. Excuse me.
I'll consider it.
Speaking of English, us all points, is English you all's first language? You all's. It is mine, but it's not Sandra's.
No, I'm Norwegian.
So
that's why I want you to be my teacher.
I'll happily be your teacher. English teacher as well. 90% or more of politicians, Aurelia says, only do it to line their own pockets through the wages and favours extended that are totally not corruption, according to law, here at least. Aurelia also is a victim of a broken political system. I mean, I like to, 90%. 90% does seem high, but honestly, if that's what you think it is, that's sobering, isn't it?
Yeah, unless that is actually stated by some research, that is just an opinion. I don't think that is probably true.
It does depend where you live, or it depends what country you're in. But I also think that's probably high, Aurelia. It's a surprising amount of damage that only a few can do, though. They can really. Because a lot of politicians may be just on the fence, undecided, or just not know the issues. And so they may just go along with the loudest voices in the party, Not excusing them necessarily, but that's... I don't think that 90% of politicians are actively malicious. I really hope not. And especially not in Norway, for sure. Even not in Denmark either. Not in the UK. It's just that there is a minority of politicians who seem to have grabbed power, who are, particularly ones in government in the UK, are the very worst of them, and they are basically destroying the Tory party. If you look at the polls, the Tory party is now below the Liberal Democrats as far as electability goes, which is very interesting. They are going to be absolutely wiped out in the next general election if things continue as the way they are. Aurelia says, those Conservatives sound different from here too. I always want you to go to church, marry het, and def not be anything but cis. Yes, our Conservatives are hopefully better than those. Maya says it's private, not available on the NHS. I didn't think it was. Not for breast augmentation. Although you do get help with the voice, don't you? You get help with voice training. I don't think we get that as an offer here, do we? We don't get any help with voice, Sandra, do we?
In Norway?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can get a voice coach.
Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, cool. Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, that's really good.
But you have to have the diagnose through the Norwegian system.
Sure. So you do have to wait at least about 2 years or something. Ooh, I just knocked an engine off my Instagram.
Actually, I got a call maybe 1 or 2 months after my diagnosis was set.
After you had the diagnosis?
With a voice coach.
Yeah. So, what, after the diagnosis or before you had it? Because I got my diagnosis about 18, 19 months after I initially started the process.
Yeah. No, I got a call after the diagnosis was set.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah,
you get no help until you have the diagnosis.
Yeah. And it takes a while to get that diagnosis, doesn't it?
Yeah.
That's where money can be saved.
Yeah. But I did some training myself. So my voice coach told me that I don't know how to help you because you are already there.
That's kind of cool. That's like a nice compliment. Your voice is very good. Aurelia says
things I think is a bit off, but I don't care.
It's great. I mean, we're always our own worst critics, aren't we?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so that your GP has already retired, Aurelia. Well, that's nice. It's the thing that with Elon Musk is distributing his wealth to everyone is it wouldn't be all that much in the end. Yes, it wouldn't. It is it's so we're about 8 billion people in the West. It wouldn't even be a month's food budget for most people. Hello to Nemo. Nemo's here. Okay, yeah, Maya, have you done the math? It's if Musk did spread his wealth, everybody would get $100. Still, that's better than him having it. He should do it. Aurelius says the political system isn't broken, Maya. Repairing it won't work. It's working as designed and needs dismantling. Levata's here. I just wish Labour in the UK looked like a much better option, but currently they seem to have decided the best way to get elected is to imitate David Cameron. David Cameron, one of the most admired and respected politicians of recent years. Oh no, hold on. He created Brexit, didn't he? And has caused untold suffering and economic hardship. That one. Yeah, I don't know why anyone would model themselves on David Cameron. And then as soon as the vote didn't go his way, he just said, well, I'm out of here. I don't want to do anything. I don't want to help sort out this mess that I've created. He just went. And yeah, no, elevator. The option's not great, is it? If you've got two really bad options, you still got to pick the least bad one. I think that's basically what you got to do. But it would be great if there was a better party out there who had a good chance of actually being, in power. Yes, Nemo, voice training, you do get it on the NHS. Is good. That is one of the few things that the NHS actually does offer, which is kind of nice. Maya, a lot of politicians aren't inherently bad. I agree. It's the ideology they trust that makes them do harm.
Yeah, but if we look at the ideology behind each political party, then we need to go into the statements that the political program has and also the ideology behind it. And then we have to use it to our own advantage.
Yes.
I looked into my political party, and the ideology is that me as an individual knows what I want and what I need better than anyone else out there. And I'm going to use that to make changes. And I know how to use it. I really hope that everyone else, all the transgender people out there, go into politics to, did I say it right? And use the party that they support and take the ideology and make it support transgender care and rights.
Absolutely. Because
and you can do that.
It's we're not going away. We're a hot topic currently, but we've always existed. Throughout human history, we've always existed.
Yes.
By legislating to make it harder to be trans, it doesn't mean there's going to be less trans people to worry about. It just means there's going to be a lot of very broken people.
Yeah. But that is also one of the biggest problems that I see. People believing the wrong information.
Yes.
Because they believe that trans is something that you become during your life. They act as that is something they can prevent.
Yeah, it's almost like they're trying to prevent it. Like, prevention is better than cure, but no, actually, cure is better. There is no cure. There's no such thing as cure, but actually dealing with it because it's a real thing rather than ignoring and pretending it's something else is definitely not the way to go on this. And we all know this, and I think you're absolutely right on the money there, Sandra. I think it's a really, your way of approaching this sounds like a good strategy, honestly. It's all very good railing against a broken system, but unless you're actually willing to get in there and get your hands dirty and try and represent our community and talk to them using their own terms, then we'll always be outsiders and we won't have any voice. And so I admire what you're trying to do.
And also, if you have the I don't know the English word actually, but if you believe that the system is broken, then you come to a point mentally where you think that how is this even possible to do changes to? How can I even change this if it's broken?
It's like a wall. You've hit a wall, really, as far as like, what do you do next?
Yes, but instead I just try to embrace what I have in front of me, democracy, which is not broken.
No.
It's the best thing that has happened since democracy was introduced. And then I use it. I use it to my advantage. I use it to help or get support from other politicians. So, yeah, it empowers me, believing that I can make changes instead of thinking that this is a broken system that I cannot change.
It's basically the difference between a defeatist kind of point of view and someone who's who's positive and sees the issues but still believes that you can do something about them. And that's really important. Defeatism, it does happen quite a lot in this channel. And honestly, there's a lot to complain about, right? Don't get me wrong, but also we do have to, when there is positivity and when there is opportunities and when there is a chance to improve our lot, we need to take it.
Yeah.
So Aurelia says that is an amazing ideology if paired with good social support. By all accounts, there are records of a Roman emperor being trans. Yes, I heard about that the other day. Yeah, of course there is. And I can't remember who they were or anything about them, but I do remember that a lot of people were up in arms about this terrible revision of history. But it's not. It's just reading the history and kind of being like, this was a transgender woman.
Yeah,
the records clearly show it. Even if trans was something I became, it's still none of their business to meddle with it. Sure.
I agree. So I totally agree.
Absolutely. Even if it was, I agree, but it's not. So some people don't know the trans. Some people just have a really tough life and struggle with a lot of things, and it's only later in life that they're like, wait a minute, I think I might be trans. Oh my god. And it's like a real kind of revelation for them. Perfectly valid. Obviously that's perfectly valid way to be trans as well. There's no one right way to be trans, as we all know this.
No. And it doesn't matter. Even if they know or don't know. I have known all my life, but I didn't do anything until I was 41. Okay. And other people, they know right away and they just, Mom, I'm 3 years old, but there's something wrong with my body. It doesn't matter. We are all people. We just need to have a good life quality.
Yeah, absolutely. Levita says being gay was banned for years, and it definitely didn't stop people being gay. Oh, there's a really funny thing I keep seeing in gender critical circles and transphobic circles online on social media. But this idea where because we don't have, so trans people can't have children is the first thing that they seem to believe. And then the second one, and then they're like celebrating this because that means that we won't have trans children. It's so we're like, eventually there will be no more trans people because if trans people have children, their offspring will obviously be trans as well because we pass it down in our genes. Something along these lines. And there's so many things that are wrong with this kind of with these beliefs. It's quite incredible, but I see it quite a lot. It's quite a common, and also they think the same thing about gay. So they're happy that gays don't reproduce because then they won't have gay children. It's like they think that that's how it works, but they are biology understanders, so we should probably defer to their superior knowledge. but I just don't feel that is actually how it works. Storage. Hello, Storage. How you doing? God, the amount of Tumblr anarchists that are like, it'll be better for trans people if we destroy government. Makes me sad. Also, hello. Yes. Let's just destroy government, burn it all to the ground, and then things will be better.
No.
There's going to be a couple of issues with that. It's true. Although, you know, there's some days I would believe. Some days I kind of feel the same way, but most days but you know, I think we have to try to. It's quite a drastic approach. Let's face it. Really, at the baseline state, healthcare, if it worked as presented, is about the best thing for trans people. Yes, healthcare. Yes, I mean, absolutely. So HRT, potentially surgery, but not necessarily. These are all important things for trans people.
If it worked as presented, what does that mean?
If it worked as presented. Oh, so the UK, for example, they say they offer transgender healthcare, and then you look at the waiting lists, and it's 15 years to see for the next appointment, which in effect means that there is no trans healthcare. Like maybe there was in the past, and you know, a lot of trans people have gone through the healthcare system, waiting, you know, many years potentially, but they've managed to get through. However, if looking at the current waiting list, if you get onto some of the clinics, I think the London one's particularly bad. In the southwest and the southeast generally are pretty bad. If you get into one of these clinics, you could be waiting. You know, looking at it, extrapolating it, it looks like you could be waiting well over a decade for a first appointment, and that's not actually healthcare. Wow. That's a very broken system, and therefore, even if they say they offer transgender healthcare, in effect they don't. I think that's maybe what Aurelia's kind of alluding to. Right, it was Eligopoulos. I don't know exactly, and you've spelt it wrong as well, so we can't even do a second.
What is that?
That was the Roman emperor who was trans.
Okay, yeah.
If anyone's got an actual link, that would be great, because I would quite like to have a look. Aurelia says, to be fair, I do believe it can be changed. I just also know it would be bad for me to get into politics. Yeah, don't get into politics already. To actively try to change it, mental health issues kind of make any career where I'll receive serious threats a bad choice. Well, then you shouldn't have chosen the trans lifestyle then either, Aurelia, because...
Exactly. But I do really agree with Aurelia. Never go into something that you know will hurt you, mentally or physically.
That's very good advice.
Unless you want to take the consequences. I've come to a stage in my life that I'm pretty much fearless.
That's cool.
Within the terms of the Norwegian society, of course, but yeah, I need to do something to change this, because making it continue as it is not an option.
That's what I get from your personality as well, Sandra. Is that, you know, it is that element of fearlessness. It's very cool. Also, you are. I mean, you are quite strong, aren't you, physically? Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, you are. I've felt her muscles, and they work. They all work. No, you are. You know, you're. So that's cool that you are. You know, that you've got the physical strength as well to, you know, to back up your mental strength.
Yeah, I'm pretty big, actually.
How tall are you?
I think most men would be pretty
intimidated?
What do you call it?
Intimidated.
Yes.
I'm going to say
Thank
intimidated.
You. A new English word that I have to learn.
Go on, say
it. Intimidated.
You got it. Perfect.
Yeah. I'm, what do you call it in inches and feet? I'm 6'1.5". And I'm pretty muscular still, even though I lost half of my muscle mass from before. So most men look small beside me.
What do you bench? That's something that men ask. I don't really know exactly what it means, but what do you bench?
My answer, if a man asks me that, I usually say more than you.
Yeah, good answer. I like that. And it's also almost certainly true.
Yeah, but I haven't done in quite a while, so I'm not sure actually. But I think I could do 100 kilos maybe on a good day.
It's pretty good.
Yeah, just one lift, of course.
Fine. So basically, you could just use me for a set of 10. You could just pick me up and display.
Sure. Yeah.
We'll have to try that at some point, I think. Right, enough flirting. Stop flirting with me. But it says, oh yeah, we're born trans. Not saying anything else, of course. Just that even if the false hypothetical was real, it's just none of their business. Absolutely, I agree, and I don't think there's any... Yeah, we're on the same page. Maya agrees. Being trans is not a social contagion. What was that? Rapid onset... What was the rapid onset something? Rapid onset transgender something. Oh, ROTG.
Yeah.
Remember that? That was like, that's a thing that they actually think is real. Because so firstly, we're in the news everywhere because we generate clicks and newspapers and the media like clicks because it creates advertising revenue. So there's a lot of transgender stories in the news. So people see that and think that we're everywhere suddenly. There's just a huge, there's obviously a much greater amount of publicity and reporting done on us, mostly negative. And then also there are a lot more people who are managing to actually come out and be themselves and transition. Compared to things in the past, and the reason of that is because society actually is more tolerant. We are able to do that in reasonably safely. A lot of us are feeling like, okay, now I can maybe do this, whereas previously they perhaps didn't feel like they could do it. Society's acceptance, the amount of knowledge and information about, what it means to be transgender is obviously, there's a lot more of that. There's a lot more representation on films, on TV, positive representation, I should add, because in the past it was almost entirely negative. Certainly when I was growing up, it was entirely negative. And this was something that they were really clear on. This is something you should not be. This is gross and wrong. And don't be trans. Don't be a man in a dress. Ugh. Whereas nowadays it's like, hey, you can be, and it's actually fine. So, and we've all seen that transphobic stuff, right? But so my point was though that a lot of people now think that actually it's some kind of social contagion. And no, it's not. But for all the reasons that I just listed, that's complete nonsense.
Exactly.
We'll have a quick look at the left-handed diagram.
Yeah.
Have you seen this one, Sandra? Sorry.
The ROG, rapid onset gender dysphoria part.
Yes.
We have proof that there are some very few people that do make a wrong conclusion about themselves. There has been people in the news, and we need to also accept that there are people that do bad decisions.
Yep.
They think something about themselves is wrong, but they make the wrong conclusion. Of course, accepting this may feel like we are putting ourselves as transgender people in a bad spot. But everyone needs care. My solution to this would be that if the national health care for transgender people just took in everyone that even remotely feels something with gender dysphoria.
Yes, because at the moment they completely ignore non-binary people, don't they? The current healthcare system, if you say that you're non-binary, then they're basically going to be sorry, we can't help you. It's too dangerous.
Yeah, but if they just come in and have this evaluation with professional people that really know how to evaluate gender dysphoria versus gender incongruence. Then everyone would have a chance to get evaluated. One of the main headlines this summer about this guy who went to Thailand because he was rejected by both private treatment and the national healthcare system.
Yeah.
Just, yeah.
Well, he was rejected because they didn't believe that this person was actually transgender, I'm assuming. Or yeah. But they were convinced that they were. They went to Thailand and got a vaginoplasty and then realized, oh, I've made a mistake. Is that right?
Yeah.
And this is this is a fairly high profile case actually. And it could be one of the reasons why some of the staff at the clinic that I went to were a bit on edge. Maybe I'm not sure, but because they certainly didn't want a repeat of this. Because I think I went there fairly soon after this kind of news had come out. But it is very difficult to account for that kind of stuff, isn't it? What I certainly would not want to happen is for the majority of the transgender community to be punished or to suffer from this one person's terrible choices, because ultimately they were their choices.
Yeah.
Earlier, I found out, then had 3 to 4 years of really terrible experiences. People hurting me because of me being me, made me repress until I found community and stories that helped me get back to it in October 2019. I'm very happy that you managed to get back to figuring out who you are, Aurelia. 2 All Points West. Coffee time over here. Good luck to your campaign. Have a great day, everyone. Good luck to your campaign, Sandra. Bill, the shortest waiting list is Nottingham, which is 3 years. Okay, but most look like around 15 to 25 years. That's ridiculous, isn't it? Imagine waiting a quarter of a century like that, you know. Something's very, very broken. At least the UK offers private alternatives. So there's places like Gender GP, places like that, where you can get an assessment and get on hormones much quicker. Obviously, you have to pay for them. You have to have some money to be able to do that. That's certainly less than ideal, seeing as trans people generally are in the lower end of the prosperity charts. I just wanted to show the history of left-handedness. We were kind of talking about it. Here it is. Boom! The history of left-handedness. Have you seen this graph, Sandra?
I've seen it a lot of times, and I've even used it in some of my presentations.
Very good. This is the history of left-handedness. It's a really obvious one. Left-handedness used to be punished at schools. If a child wrote with their left hand, it was seen as an aberration. It was like, no, what are you doing? No, that's wrong. You should be writing with your right hand because that's the natural thing to do. All humans are right-handed. What are you doing? And they'd get punished, often physically, and made to write with their right hand. They stopped this practice, and you can see exactly when they stopped this practice. It's at the lowest end of the graph. When the graph is at its lowest, that's when they stopped it. And then left-handedness, suddenly everyone was being left-handed. Oh no, we've got to, everyone's suddenly becoming left-handed. No, we are now seeing the natural number of people who are left-handed, and then it eased off and leveled, and that is actually the correct percentage in the human population of people who are left-handed, because there was no reason for them to hide it anymore. The same is true for transgender people. We are after the lowest point, that's for sure. I don't know, maybe we're halfway up. I don't really know, and no one really does know. Eventually it will level off, and then we'll have a true percentage of how many people are transgender. But that will only happen if society as a whole accepts trans people for who they are, and there's no more bigotry. That's we can hope. I hope that happens in my lifetime, but we'll see, I guess.
Yeah.
Working as presented. I'm referring to the ideal of universal healthcare, where everyone is treated within a reasonable time frame for anything they need, funded by the taxpayers. But that's not how it's working right now. It is what they claim is happening. Yes, the claim is very far from the reality.
Okay. That should be WPATH version 8 or something. Or maybe I'm just mixing it up with Endocrine Society, which also have some guidelines.
The latest WPATH recommendations, which is a worldwide consortium of people representing trans healthcare, the experts in their fields from all over the world, they create guidelines. I think it's called the WPATH guidelines, and that's the recommended treatment for transgender people. They were also responsible for getting it reclassified as from a mental illness into a like a sexual health kind of thing. So it's no longer stigmatized as a mental illness correctly. It's because obviously if you stigmatize something and try and market it as something that it's not, then that will affect the outcome.
Yeah.
Maya's waiting for the Sheffield GIC. Do you know what the waiting time is there? I assume it's quite long. You've been waiting for a little while, haven't you? Yeah, okay, Bill says I think they have one of the longest waits now. Sheffield, oh dear. Because it's also your local GIC, Bill. Okay, no. Maya says, I got out of something that hurts you. Lol. Oh, I don't know what that's in relation to. Aurelia, yes, Andrew, I've received death threats once before, possibly actionable ones, and it took me nearly 3 months to get to a point where I wasn't scared to leave my apartment at the time. That's awful.
Yeah, and one of the most public transgender people, trans women in Norway, also get death threats all the time. She has been very public for at least 10 years now, I think.
You're talking about Christina?
Yeah. It's ridiculous how many death threats and other threats that she gets.
Yeah, I mean, sunlight is the best disinfectant is one of those phrases that's often touted. As in, if you show people, if you kept the death threats to yourself and as a secret, no one would know. But if everyone knows about these death threats, then they can be like, oh no, this is wrong. Something should be done. Why are we treating these people like this?
Yeah.
So as horrible as it is, it's also kind of highlights what we're up against. Exactly. Okay, so Sandra's about the same height as you, Aurelia. What do you bench? Maya was a bodybuilder pre-transition as well, actually. She was ripped. I've seen the pictures. I think are they on your Instagram still, Maya? If you want to send us a link, if you want to share, then we can show it off. If you want to, it's up to you. Certainly not compulsory. I can understand why you wouldn't. Storage. What do you bench is not a question I would have predicted. This is how we roll here. The flirting I did predict, though. We should do Transfix bingo. Yeah, okay, sure. Yeah. Write out your own things and we can do it. Yes, it's... Oh, yeah, okay, thank you. It is ROGD and it's rapid onset gender dysphoria. That's the correct...
Yeah.
Well, the correct term. It's not an actual correct term. It's nonsense.
It has been debunked several times, but there is something out there that makes people believe they are transgender, but they are not. So we need to accept that too.
Yes, and I think, and you're right, and I think that talking to them, assessing them from a psychological point of view, would probably unearth, would hopefully, with a skilled psychiatrist, benefit them greatly, unearth what's actually going on there, and allow them to be helped properly. Because when people do so we should point out now that people who say they're trans and then transition, they sometimes do detransition, a small percentage, and I think it's like 1%. They detransition, and then most of those people who detransition do so for reasons that are actually because it was just so hard. Society or their family, they didn't have any family support. They just couldn't afford the hormones anymore. These kinds of things are reasons why people detransition. The vast majority of cases fall into that kind of bracket. And then out of those people who do detransition, there's a very, very small percentage who actually decided that it wasn't for them and they were maybe just not trans, they were mistaken. We're talking about 0.01% of of all trans people, and it's a very small percentage. But it does happen, and there's no denying it. And there's no hostility or bad feelings on our part, on the transgender community, towards these people. We understand, and it can be this kind of stuff can be tricky. We don't hold any bad feelings, but at the same time, it is a very small percentage. Ace Ventura was a good one. MASH was a good one as well. He was wearing a dress in MASH, wasn't he? Because he was trying to get sent back home, and so he thought the best way to do that was to become mentally ill and therefore wear a dress, because then everyone would know that he was mentally ill. Yeah. Act mentally ill. Yeah. Right. It was it Radar? Something Radar. Yeah. My mum and dad watched it, but I didn't really watch it properly. It was a bit before my time, maybe.
Yeah, I watched some episodes from time to time, but it wasn't for me.
Yeah, it's of its time, isn't it? Levator, I honestly think some anti-trans thinking is, look, if the girls found out that they don't have to grow up under the patriarchy, this whole system is going to collapse, and we're all making a fortune under this patriarchal system. I don't know, maybe. Part of it is also the whole disturbance that anyone would give up male privilege under the patriarchy undermines that men are the strong big alphas that they think they are. I think Aurelia's maybe got a better point in that. Why would anyone want to be a woman? If you're a man, why would you want to be a woman? Because men are better, aren't they? Just in every way. So that doesn't make sense. Why would you? Oh no, it only makes sense if men actually aren't better and that we're more kind of on an even keel here. And that doesn't suit my kind of ideals. I think men are just better. So therefore, trans people aren't a real thing. They're faking it. They're just men in dresses. All these kinds of ideas.
Yeah, and of course we do want the misogynistic attitudes, and we also want to be mansplained all the time.
Yeah, I love that.
Yeah, sure. It's all fun and games.
I love to be interrupted when I'm talking about something in my own in my own area of expertise. A man will immediately just assume that I know nothing, and he can explain basic concepts to me, and that happens. Every trans woman I would expect has experienced this at some point in their life.
Yeah.
Okay, so MB's not served well by most trans healthcare in most countries, that's for sure. Levator says, but I meant the newspaper-friendly end of the TERFs, your LGBT and sex matters, who are mostly all the same people. Aurelia, personally, I think the best step would be to include a few positive transition stories as part of school curricula. Yes, I would agree, Aurelia. I think, and as far as I know, it is a lot better than it used to be. The whole, sex education and just explaining all these kind of stuff to children. Certainly in Norway, it starts fairly early. They obviously don't dive straight into it. They kind of ease themselves up through the years. But very early on, it's explained to them, what's acceptable and what's wrong. What they should understand, that their bodies are their own bodies. That if an adult does something that they don't like, then they have to tell them to stop, and they have to tell someone, that basically is very, very important education, and it avoids them being abused. One of the things that transphobes, they don't like that for some reason. They don't like children having sex education explained to them, and alarm bells should go off at that, I believe. Some hard drives need to be searched. Absolutely.
Yeah. Exactly.
It's odd, isn't it, that they just give themselves away so badly that they do that. It's like, it's like, look, this doesn't tell me anything about the actual situation, but I'm learning an awful lot about you from this,
Yeah,
when they
exactly.
do that.
I've also been to schools doing presentations.
You have, yes.
From the 5th grade and up, all the way to high school, actually.
I think that's brilliant.
Mm-hmm.
I really do.
And I've been invited by the school, so.
Yeah, fantastic. So you could, they could meet a local trans woman, and I think that's that, and that is good. It's not like they're rolling you out in a cage for them to kind of point and make fun at and maybe throw some vegetables at. It's
Take pictures.
Yeah. Roll up. You know me? I'm not going to do it. But you know, they actually do it as an honest conversation. It's genuine kind of interest and a learning experience, and it's really, really good.
Exactly. I get to tell my life story, and they can ask whatever they want.
Yeah, that's perfect, isn't it? And that kind of thing is just gold. It's just absolute gold for these kids who will grow up, and instead of us being this big scary monster that hides under the bed, which they've never actually encountered, but they believe it's there because other people have told them about it, they'll have met a real live one and found that she's not scary at all. She's lovely.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see what's happening in chat. Aurelius says, if I recall correctly, it was 0.4% detransition. Okay, so even less than I said, like less than 1%, but it's actually less than 0.5%. And most retransition later in life. More people regret hip surgery than transition.
Yeah, even LASIK surgery.
Yeah, that even LASIK. That's eyes, is it? Is that for the eyes?
Exactly.
Yeah, so more people regret that than transitioning. Incredible, isn't it?
Yeah.
That.
And LASIK has one of the lowest regret rates.
Yeah, no, we are winning in the whole lowest regret rate business. I mean, you know, it is very, very low. And if that doesn't say something very important, that more people should know this, and more people should take those kinds of figures seriously, because they are quite remarkable, and it's very, very difficult to interpret them in any other way other than transgender healthcare saves our lives and makes us more functioning and you know, help healthy and happy people.
Exactly.
Ray says, as long as they don't go become quislings after their detransition, I'm good. Yeah, there are a couple who've been heralded as spokespeople for the anti-trans movement, and they're in it for the money mostly. It's quite sad to see. Oh, it was Klinger, was it? Not Radar. Okay, I don't know. I only know Radar. I mean, that's literally the only person I know in MASH. Radar. Right, I have got chocolate milkshake. Sorry, that's hiding you, Sandra, but it'll go soon. There you go. You're back. I have to put you somewhere. I don't know where to put you, and there's all sorts of other things happening.
Oh, it's okay.
Have you got to drink? Because you need to drink. These are the rules.
I do? Haven't you seen me?
You have to be able to drink. Great.
My coffee is empty, and yeah, I still have quite a bit of water left.
This is my drink of choice today. It's Norway's best, and it's Q. Mm-hmm. Fresh chocolate milk.
From the brown cows.
It's a good one. Yes, this is from the brown cows, because the white cows make milk and the brown cows make chocolate milk.
Yeah.
This is basic science. This is.
We should be very careful saying these kind of things publicly, or the society would be using this against us. They don't even know where chocolate milk comes from, so how can they decide about their own gender?
Yes, but you know, you can create any argument if you take small little snippets of a person's conversation and use it out of context. Yeah. So I don't think we can. I don't think we need to worry too much, because the full record will exonerate us. Mm-hmm. Exonify?
Yeah.
Hey, I just made a new word up. It's exonify. Sounded good. It's exonerate.
Any of the options are new to me, so
I could have got away with it. You wouldn't have known. I could have added, I could be evil, couldn't I? I could give you like nonsense made up words that you will then start using in your dictionary. Like...
Yeah, and not even a single soul would know what I am saying.
Oh my god, the possibilities are endless. I'm kind of excited about this. I'm gonna come back with you next time I see you and give you all a lot of fake words, and you'll never know. Aurelia says, anyone who takes issue with the idea that children should be taught about consent, and have comprehensive sex education is like, are you admitting to some unhealthy interest in minors here? They often do accuse us of the very thing that they are guilty of. Aurelia, and it's the good Chucky milk. It is the good Chucky milk, isn't it? It's the good one. This is, I introduced Aurelia to this. She's Danish, and in Denmark they don't really have proper chocolate milk. So when she came to visit us in Norway, I showed her the best stuff, which I think is this. This is my go-to in the chocolate milk department.
It is really good.
Any hydration works. That is true. So chocolate milk it is for me. Radar, says Bill, had very good hearing, so could hear the incoming helicopters before anyone else. That's right. That's what he could do. I remember now. Yeah. Okay.
So instead of radar, they use him.
They use radar instead of radar. Yes. Aurelia, I'm done worrying about people taking me out of context. I can't stop it happening. And someone doing that has already wrecked my life once. So it's kind of like safety online. You can either lose your mind worrying about it or stop worrying about it altogether. And then
exactly.
That Chucky milk alone would be reason to move to Norway. Well, we do pay higher taxes, but we have superior chocolate milk. So it's basically balanced.
Almost.
Is that even true though? Does Norway have higher taxes than Denmark? I'd said it, and now I'm thinking that maybe...
I'm not sure, actually.
It's probably not even true, is it? It's probably about the same. No, Aurelia's also questioning it. She's like, I'm not sure that's actually a thing.
I'm not sure. I know that Norway has pretty high taxes compared to the States, at least, and some...
Everywhere has high taxes compared to the States.
But... When you look at the healthcare system and what you get back, it's not that high, actually.
Yeah. I know.
Unless you're trans, of course.
Unless you're trans. And then, I do feel like maybe I'm not quite getting my money's worth here. But, there's nowhere where I would. I was going to show you what I'm working on. But I'm just a bit worried that you're not going to come with me. I might need to copy-paste your source into my enterprise scene. Because I've been working on working on my spaceship. Normally this is a Lego channel, so I sometimes make Lego. This is the Starship Enterprise, which I made actually many years ago, and it's still pretty good. This is like the physical model. It's only small. It's like a little dinky one, but I'm quite happy with it, or at least I was. However, I've been working on it and I've made a few modifications, and I'd very much like to show everyone. So, but it only exists digitally. So I was going to dig out the digital model and we'll just have a quick look at that, and then we'll get back to talking about transgender healthcare, and we'll put the worlds to right again. But I just want to show everyone. We'll have a little break, and I'll show everyone my Lego. Aurelia's going to dig out the Viking village as well. Cool. Okay, so already it does say in 2021 the tax wedge for a single worker with no children earning a nation's average wage was 35.4% in Denmark, 36% in Norway, so actually a little bit more. Wow, but 42.6% in Sweden. That's quite a lot.
Yeah.
So Sweden is far and away the highest taxed. I wouldn't have expected that. I thought it would be Norway, and then maybe then Denmark, then Sweden.
Yeah,
it's
but
actually
when you look at if you look at prices in Sweden, they have less added value tax on
VAT.
cars and alcohol and a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
so
sweets.
Maybe
sweets as well.
maybe it evens out in some way.
Because if you buy a can of Coke in Norway, it's quite expensive. If you go to Sweden, it's like half price, maybe even less than that.
Yeah.
Right, I'm gonna probably lose you in it for a second, Aurelia, because Sandra, because I need to copy you into my other scene. I'm gonna do that very shortly. Hold on. So she's gone. Now she's back. There we are. Let's put you below the. What's going on here? Oh, there you go. Good. Delete that one. Yes. Cool. And I know it's black, but that's because I haven't started my software yet. Here it comes. So, are you familiar with Star Trek, Sandra? Didn't know how to phrase that.
I think I've seen all the newest series, not the old ones.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and a bunch of the movies also.
Okay, so like, what's the first? Because the thing is with me is Star Trek was a foundational memory for me because my dad used to watch Star Trek when I was very young, so I've grown up with it. I don't actually classify myself as a fan or a Trekkie or whatever you call them, because I'm not that into it. But I do quite like it, and I do like the production design. So I enjoy, creating Lego versions of the spaceships. Let's just see if I can actually get it working. There we go. Good. Right, let's just bring it up. But yeah, no. So I was watching it, from a very early age, and I was watching the original series, the one with Kirk and Spock, and like the original one, the 1960s one.
Yeah.
And this is the spaceship. So as you can see, well, maybe you can't, but I can assure you I have made some serious modifications to this beauty. First thing to look at is, how do I move it? Oh, there you go. There. The first thing to consider is the fact that the neck is in much better shape. This is kind of a simplified neck. It's actually really, really simple the way I did that now. You can see the bricks I used. This one's a lot more. It's a lot more precise. It's better positioned as far as the secondary hull and the primary hull, the saucer section. It's better positioned, but it's also got these two different slopes. It's got a more kind of angled slope at the front and a more straight up slope at the back. I've achieved that using some very, very clever techniques, I'd just like to say. The hardest part, honestly, like the very, very hardest part, was getting because this saucer is actually it's two bricks in the middle, so it's like an even number of bricks, right? Whereas the neck is obviously it's in the center, and it's like an odd number of bricks. So I had to go from a half brick offset here to an even brick offset here, and I did that using these little Technic lift arms, which honestly I'm so pleased with how that worked out, because that was really hard work trying to figure that out. I've also improved the length of the secondary hull. I've improved the saucers, the what's it called, deflector dish. If I just go to this deflector dish, check it out. That is a brush. It's a brown paintbrush, and I managed to figure out that that's the perfect piece for the radar to fit that on. And then I've also improved the engines, the nacelles. The backs. I think the back area is better. It's a kind of a copy of what I've done on the secondary hull. And I've also I've added some extra details here at the front, as well as using like a curved quarter tile to fill in some of these areas as well, just to kind of make it more neat and tidy. I couldn't do it. I didn't do it on this, but I don't think the piece even existed at that point, so that's why I did it. Thank you. That's a clever girl, dude. I am clever. I'm a clever girl. There's no question. So what I'm gonna do now I've got this Enterprise is I really do need to make a physical version. Also, I need to look at the nacelle connection to the pylons, because I don't think it's strong enough. Because I've added some pieces here. I think that probably I need to strengthen this connection here in order for it to work. That's something that I just need to do. I don't think I'm going to do it now. I just wanted to show you what I've been working on. But I think it's looking a lot better. Once I've finished off this pass, I will make a physical one, and then I'll start on instructions. And it's going to be really good. This I'm quite excited to create this, to create instructions for this. I think it's going to be a top seller.
I believe so too.
Do you like it?
It's really nice.
Yeah.
Even though it's a kind of a miniature, it looks nice, and yeah, you can definitely see what it is. So
You can definitely see what it is. Yes, I mean
and it's very tidy. It's a very tidy build.
That's a good way of putting it. Tidy. I think tidy is important. Yeah, there's you know, I've managed to get all the design features in there at pretty much correct scale. At a very small kind of, you know, it is a small piece of Lego. And this is basically the size, and it's not much bigger than that. I've increased the size a little bit, but it's not much different. So, yeah, it's going to be a nice little addition. I need to put a stand on it as well. Actually, I've got a stand here, but I need to put a stand on for the digital version. What have you got there, Aurelia? You've been copying and pasting away. Let's see what you got. Let's go back to chat, so we can see what you got. Well, she's asking if you've seen her Viking village, Sandra. So, did you check it out? She's making the Viking village as we stream.
Oh, which of the links is that?
Yeah, she's copy pasted some big links in chat. You should just better click on them.
It doesn't work.
Oh.
My Twitch on my iPad just froze.
Oh dear. Aurelia, you've just broken Sandra's Twitch with your links. I don't know why.
I'll restart it.
Yeah, that should work, honestly, but never mind. You can check it at your leisure. It doesn't have to be right now. Aurelia says the base VAT in Denmark is 25%. What's it here? Is it the same? Is it 25% VAT here, Sandra?
What?
Value-added tax.
VAT.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's 25. Yes.
Yeah, it's 25. I thought so. But then that's for the baseline. But so for other items, for example, alcohol and things which are like contain a lot of sugar, they are taxed higher, aren't they?
Yeah, there are some cocoa tax on chocolate and also the sugar tax. Yeah, a bunch of stuff actually.
Hey Fogginort, how you doing? Sorry, I've only just noticed you're in chat. Happy to see you. The new one does look better, doesn't it already? I think, yeah, my new digital one's gonna rock. Fogginort, yes, the correct colour buzzards too. Yes, I don't know what that means, but that is correct. What's a buzzard? I thought it was a bird. No, that's a buzzard. What's a buzzard? Aurelia, this stuff just really shows how smart you are, Maya, and it looks great. Oh, thank you, Aurelia. I'm good at Lego, and I'm good at a few things, but being good at Lego is definitely one of them. I will, I'll put my hand up and say, look, yeah, I am good at Lego. Sandra, you're writing in chat. What are you writing? Yes, I have a Discord account.
I just answered Aurelia on her question.
Oh, we got first time chat from Little Fox Meow Art. Hello. I think here we also have a tax for food that's fresh out of the oven. Here, so where's here? Are you in Norway with us, or where do you live, Little Fox Meow Art? Because you're in England. Yes, okay, and you have a tax for food that's fresh out of the oven. No, what? Look, hey, maybe, because there's some obscure taxes out there. You might be right. I don't know. So hot food, basically. So hot food is taxed differently. Wait, it really is. There is a different tax in the UK on hot food, as opposed to cold food.
Okay,
what?
But we have a tax in Norway that is, you have to pay extra value-added tax when you buy something to take away. No, if you sit in
it's more expensive if
cafeteria
you sit in,
or something.
Yeah.
But if you take away, it's cheaper than if you sit in the restaurant.
Yes, and I think that must be a tax
like
problem. I think that must be a tax thing. Yes, I suspect so. Yeah. Mm-hmm. That's quite a funny elevator. So elevator says there is a different tax in the UK on hot food, and then she says I've had some Greg's sausage rolls where I'd argue the toss, to be honest. I love Greg's. Oh, so Sandra, Greg's is a bakery. It's a chain of bakeries. I say bake. I'm going to put bakery in scare quotes because it's not. Because a lot of the stuff is not. You wouldn't go there for a loaf of bread or a nice cake or anything. I don't think. But they do really good hot. What are they even called? I don't even know what they're called. So chicken and bake. They're called bakes, aren't they? They're called bakes. A chicken and mushroom bake or a cheese and onion bake. What else do they do? I can't remember. It's been a while, but I actually really like Greg's. It's one of those naughty pleasures. If I ever take you to the UK, we'll have to go to a Greg's, and yeah, you might like it actually. But you'll also probably feel dirty about eating it because it's not good for you. I can assure you, in no way is it good for you. It's really bad for you, but it just tastes quite nice,
Don't you remember how much ice cream I ate when you were here?
I do remember that. Yeah, it's burned into my memory. Actually, I couldn't believe what I was witnessing.
That was a dirty amount of ice cream.
It was filthy. The bakery Greg's gets around that sometimes. I see they get around it by basically not heating the food properly. It's like a hot pocket. Well, I don't know what a hot pocket is. What's a hot pocket, Aurelia? That sounds like an American thing.
I think it's like a paper bag with aluminum foil inside, maybe, or maybe the.
It's a food, isn't it? No, but it's got to be some kind of food. I've heard it. I don't know where. It feels like I've heard it maybe on American TV, and someone's had a hot pocket. And it's something that they've eaten.
Oh, so the food is called Hot Pocket.
Yeah, I think so, but not by me. I think it's an American thing. And Aurelia's saying that the equivalent of a Greg's cheese and onion bake would be called a Hot Pocket in America. But also they probably wouldn't. It wouldn't be this. I don't know if it would be quite the same thing, but it might be a pastry that's hot, that's got a hot filling, because that's basically what we're talking about.
Okay.
If anyone's got I'm gonna do? I'm gonna actually get a link. I'm gonna find an image of a Greg's bake. So just so we all know what we're talking about, so we're all on the same page. Greg's bake. No, not bakery. Greg's chicken. Ooh, they do chicken tikka bakes as well. That sounds kind of good. Right, images. Here we go. This is what they look like.
Oh, something baked in.
Yeah.
Okay.
So it's like got a hot chicken and with a creamy sauce, interior, and then it's baked. It's pastry around it.
Okay. So kind of like a toast.
No, not like toast. Toast is bread.
2 slices of bread.
Yes, but it's not bread. It's not bread. It's definitely not bread. It's pastry. So it's pastry like a pie, pastry like a tart or a quiche or something like that, but not quite the same.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's not bread. And you know what? Just looking at that is making me salivate. Honestly, it's been too long. There's some really good food in the UK. There's some really good food, and also but you do feel bad about eating it. That's like there's a lot of food like that in the UK. But it doesn't necessarily stop you. You still eat it because it's good, but you shouldn't.
Just like ice cream.
I guess so. Okay, so now hold on. What's this? It's Fargino. It says a high def was done with being red instead of the original orange until someone made a restored version. We're talking about the Enterprise's buzzards. And I think the buzzards, correct me if I'm wrong, I think you're talking about the front bits of the engines, of the nacelles, because I know these are nacelles, and these are buzzards, buzzard collectors. They collect interstellar gas in order to use as fuel. That's what a buzzard collector is, isn't it? It seems quite like low tech. It seems like low tech when they've got like an antimatter generator engine in there. Like they use antimatter mixed with matter to create vast quantities of energy that propels them forward. I don't know why they need to collect the odd bit of hydrogen. I mean, correct me if I'm wrong, but it just seems a bit strange. But, I mean, that's Star Trek, isn't it? Let's face it.
Like a very low-grade calzone.
A very low-grade calzone. Okay. Still no, though, because you're still thinking of bread. It's like that's still bread. That's still very bready. And this is definitely not bread. It's 100% pastry. It's like a flaky pastry kind of thing. It's, it's not the same thing. And also, how dare you? Really, it's an American thing. The Hot Pocket's an American thing, but it's filling, packaged in some pastry dough, then baked. Okay, that sounds very similar then. I didn't know what that was. That's pretty much the same as a Hot Pocket, just probably higher quality since Hot Pockets are factory made. Well, I don't know how these are made, honestly. I don't know how these are made. I would assume it's mass produced in a factory or something. I suspect. I don't know. I suspect so. I honestly, I don't know if they're made on premises. That's a very good question. We'll ask Mr. Greg when we meet him. One of my favourite Gregs is the sausage and bean bake. Sausage and bean bake. I've never had one of those. I tend to go for chicken and mushroom or cheese and onion. That's what I got 2 of them last time I was in the UK. When I was in Preston, I saw a Greggs. I was waiting for someone, and I was like, "Oh, I'm gonna buy some Greggs." It was amazing. And then I sat on a bench just outside eating them. Aurelia, when are we going on that Manchester shopping trip, Maya? I don't know. When I've got some money to shop with and fly to the UK. That's when we can do it, maybe. So who knows when that is? After Christmas, that's for certain. I also love the festive bakes that they have around Christmas. Oh, what kind of festive bakes? Like a turkey thing? What do they have? I need details. This is important information I need. A Hot Pocket seems more like a pizza filling. Yeah, okay. So they'll have different fillings, won't they? They'll have more kind of sort of pizzeria Italian style fillings, whereas at Greggs, they don't operate under any such constraints. So they put in beans and things. Have you ever had beans on toast, Sandra?
No.
I wouldn't expect you to. And honestly, it's not, I'm not about to espouse it as like the best thing ever. I'm not. It's pretty rubbish, honestly, I think. But it's such an English thing to eat, isn't it? Beans on toast. It's almost like the war never ended.
Yeah, exactly.
It's like there are better foods. Sorry.
Yeah. Yes, it is. The worst thing I had, of course, related to ice cream.
Yeah. Okay.
When I was in Denmark, they asked if I want something they in Danish called remoulade or something.
Okay.
Yeah, I don't know what it actually is, but it was horrible on ice cream. So I don't know why it was so popular.
Aurelia, this is a question for you. What do you think was the thing that spoiled Sandra's ice cream? Have you any ideas? This is something that Danish people put on their ice cream and is apparently gross. So you have some explaining to do, Aurelia. You are now representing your country of Denmark. So no pressure.
No pressure.
Aurelia says, yes, now I'm reminded of Star Scoops from Elite Dangerous. So in Elite, in all the Elites actually, not just the dangerous one, but the really safe ones, you had to, back in the 80s, you could fit it's called a fuel scoop, and you could fit a fuel scoop to your spaceship and then fly. What you had to do is you had to fly close to the sun, or the star of the system, and your fuel bar slowly refilled, so that you could do another hyperspace jump. It's very much like that, yes. In fact, I suspect that the Elite people, David Braben and Ian Bell, got the idea from Star Trek. Although Star Trek also got the idea from somewhere else. It's Bussard fuel scoops are. It's like just an idea that people have. It's like there is interstellar gas out there. There is like hydrogen atoms and stuff floating around. At relativistic speeds, you'll actually be going through quite a lot of them. You'll encounter quite a lot, and the Bussard scoops actually scoop them up and use them as fuel. And it's not a terrible idea. Hydrogen's not a great fuel, but if you can get heavy hydrogen, deuterium, then that's really good for power, energy.
Yeah, it is. That's why Germany invaded Norway.
And that's why Germany invaded... No, what? Hey, what? This is news. What?
Is it?
Yeah, for me, yeah.
There was a factory in... Oh, I don't remember the name, but it's somewhere a little bit north of Oslo. Okay. There was a factory that made deuterium. Mm-hmm. And the Germans found this out, so they wanted it.
Sure.
But the Norwegians blew it up before the Germans could get their hands on it.
Bet that was a nice big explosion.
Probably.
Well, I'm glad that they did.
It wasn't prepared in nuclear kind of way, so it didn't blow up in that way.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah.
Although hydrogen, even standard hydrogen is extremely explosive.
Yeah.
Sometimes, Fargino says, others... Sometimes. So sometimes what? Others are veggies and cheeses. Sometimes what? Sometimes... Hot Pockets. Sometimes Hot Pockets have pizza fillings. But Fargino says sometimes. There's others that have veggies and cheeses. Okay, it's not just it's kind of Italian based. Cool. Okay. Lil Fox, they make those bakes inside the shops. At least that's where they're cooked. Okay, I suspect that they are prepared and they come like raw to the shops and then they're baked in the premises. That's certainly true. I wonder where they're prepared. They'll be prepared in a mass production kind of factory system, aren't they? And distributed throughout the country. There's probably multiple places where they're created. By robots, I suspect.
Probably.
Almost certainly. No human could create such a delicious pastry item.
I think you just irritated a lot of French.
Oh, it's okay. Hardly any French people follow me. Nigel, if you're watching. Where's Nigel? Where is Nigel? Anyway, he's gone. I have a French admirer, and I haven't seen him for ages. He bought me a nice dress recently, and then he disappeared. What's going on with the chat? Actually, you're probably right. They put them in ovens at the shop. You can buy frozen Greg's bakes from Iceland. Oh, okay. So you can also buy the real thing from Iceland. Hey, that's kind of cool. So you can create your own Greg's at home. Oh, I wish I could get it to Norway. There's still no way to get it to Norway. Smuggling Greg's in some kind of, frozen container ship.
Maybe you got a business idea right there.
Well, it's almost certainly illicit. There's no way that Norway would allow anyone to import Greg's without serious questions being asked. And probably rightly so. So it would have to be done illicitly, I think. So we'll talk about this offline. Not disagreeing with you in how good it would be. The Greg's website describes the festive bake as this. Okay, we're now reading descriptions from the Greg's website. This is what this channel is all about. A delicious crumb-topped pastry filled with pieces of cooked chicken, sage and onion stuffing, and cooked sweet cure bacon covered in a creamy sage and cranberry sauce. Oh my god, that sounds good. I don't know about you, Sandra, but that sounds like Christmas in a pastry to me. Wow. Although you don't have that, do you? In Norway, like all of that stuff that we just read out, that's just complete meaningless to a Norwegian. Because what do you have for your Christmas meal, Sandra?
Dinner? There's mainly two kind of meals. One is cod with potatoes and a lot of vegetables and melted butter.
Sure.
And then you have ribbe. What do you call it? Pork something.
Yeah, it's pork. It's pork.
Pork ribs.
It's a back, isn't it? It's a back piece.
Yeah, I
A
think
slab
so.
of back pork back. Ugh, I don't know how to say it.
Yeah.
Lots of ribs.
And then
in
you
there.
have pinnekjøtt, which
Pinnekjøtt.
is what is it called?
Meat on
in
sticks.
English?
Yeah,
It's kind of ribs actually, but it's from
it's lamb.
sheep, I believe.
It's lamb. Yep.
Yeah.
And it's is it smoked or something?
I'm not sure.
I feel
It's not good.
I feel like it's smoked lamb on sticks, which is then boiled again. I actually really like it. I like you know what, I like all of those things, and I really like ribbe, and that's what we tend to have here. And honestly, I'm already looking forward to it because it's a fantastic meal. It's really really good. But that's not to say I don't miss a more UK kind of Christmas, which is turkey and stuffing and pigs in blankets and roast potatoes and gravy and all the good
pigs
things.
in blanket?
Pigs in blankets is little sausages. I can't remember what they're called, but they're little sausages. And then you wrap bacon around them and you put them in the oven along with the turkey. Maybe not for as long, but like the last hour of cooking or maybe less. And it's really good.
Okay, so a lot of maybe another version of dates wrapped in bacon, because I really like that.
Dates in bacon.
It's amazing.
Oh, that does sound kind of good. I've never had that, but that sounds kind of nice.
You have the sweet dates with the salty meat.
Yeah.
Mwah.
That's an idea. Is that what you would have with your Christmas, with your ribbe, or is that a separate thing?
It's not traditionally served, but you can add it to anything. You can add it to tapas and any kind of dinner, actually. It's really good.
Wow, cooking, some really good cooking tips today. Everybody asks Sandra, was that yellow? Was what yellow? Because if it was, then I refuse to acknowledge those people were my countrymen. The thing that went onto your ice cream.
Everywhere. Every ice shop had it. But
What
this
was
was
it?
about, I believe this was about 30 years ago. So maybe it's gone now. I'm not sure.
One would certainly hope so. But according to, Aurelia's denying all responsibility here, which is fair enough. I do eat remoulade on fish fillets, on salami, and sometimes hot dogs, but not on ice cream. The idea of putting that on ice cream makes me physically ill. Unbelievable. Yeah. And it's fair.
I don't even eat anything like it.
Right.
Not
what
on
is
any dish.
I'm going to find out what it is, because I don't really know. Remoulade.
Yes.
Remoulade sauce. What is it? What is remoulade sauce made of? No! What? On ice? What? This is what remoulade sauce is made of. Mayonnaise, Dijon mustard, lemon juice, parsley, hot sauce, whole grain mustard, garlic, capers, Worcester sauce, paprika, scallion, which are spring onions, salt, and cayenne pepper.
It's kind of like
I've probably had it. It's but just never on ice cream. That makes no sense.
I think it's the same base as Hollandaise or Béarnaise sauce.
Yeah, exactly. That's what it sounds like. And so
it's not like that, but it's the same kind of taste.
It's wrong. And it's great, but it's all on. It's just like how you've just described it. It's all nice. That's wrong. That's so wrong. Must have been a funny phase. Must have been a funny phase in history, that bit.
I think it's the first time that I actually threw away ice cream.
Oh, things are serious then, aren't they?
Yes.
Germans went to Norway for two things, if Aurelia remembers correctly, and that's heavy water and hydrogen.
Mhm.
So yeah, to be fair, the French insult easily.
Fair point.
There's your Viking village, looking very nice. You got a nice little fire in there and a snack. That's the like the throne room. That's where the king sits. The Viking king. Viking king.
King.
The
No.
Viking king. That actually sounds hella delish. Okay, that was maybe the traditional Norwegian Christmas dinner. It's very delish. We've been talking about this as well. I remember talking about this must be last year now, because we were talking about what we have for dinner for Christmas, and we were looking at lots of photographs, and Aurelia wanted to make one. Did you actually make it, Aurelia? I think you actually did make it, but you couldn't quite get the right cut of meat, and so it was close, but not quite the same. Is that right? Am I remembering correctly? And yes, that's the one I made last year as well. We kind of make it every year. I think we have to. I think it's like contractual. If you decide to reside in Norway, you have to have this for Christmas dinner. Otherwise, you risk, being rejected.
Yeah, you wouldn't get the citizenship, at least.
No, absolutely not. It's like, and that's maybe one of the questions, when you're applying for citizenship, like there's questions you have to answer sometimes, and it's like, what are you planning to have for Christmas for Christmas dinner this time? And if you say turkey, then it's immediate ejection.
Yeah, and if you answer correctly, then you need to prove it and back it up with making the food.
Oh god, yeah, really? Hey, that's like a cooking. This is the cooking challenge. Everyone put on your pinnies. We're going to go into the kitchen. That would be quite good, actually. It's like, wow, there's lots of... What's the next challenge? It's like some kind of a Norwegian assault course where you've got to run through the mud. And then you got to wrestle a fish. Grapple. Well, maybe wrestle. Depends on the size, doesn't it?
I wouldn't wrestle a fish. Any size.
Wrestle a fish. I think I've just made up a new sport.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, Lil Post Meow says it's basically a traditional Christmas dinner. This is the Greg's pastry, but put into a pastry. It sounds incredible, and honestly, I'm just trying to think if there's any way I could possibly eat one without going back to the UK, and I don't think there is there? But I need to get some work in the UK before Christmas. Quickly head back, do the shoot, go to Greg's. That's my new plan. That's my new short-term plan for my life.
Nice.
A lot of people have chicken for Christmas dinner because turkey can be too expensive. And you know what? I don't even know if I prefer turkey. I think maybe chicken. I actually prefer chicken to turkey as a meat. I just think it's better. Turkey can go dry and it can be kind of tough. I mean, it depends on how you cook it, but because they're so big, generally speaking, you have to cook them for longer. So a lot of the meat on the outside, if you're not careful, if you don't baste properly, it'll go dry. Chicken, not so difficult to cook. So like I can totally see the sense in that. And also, you might get a better meal, honestly.
Yeah, when the best turkey I ever made was long cooking over 12 hours in the oven.
12, wow. So very low heat.
Extremely low heat. I think it was about 70 degrees.
That's like a warm day.
It was perfect. It just collapsed because the meat was so tender, but it was really juicy.
Oh wow, that does sound
recommended.
Good. 12 hours. You got to start that the day before, then, haven't you? You got to put it on before you go to bed, almost.
Exactly.
Wow.
Yeah.
Aurelia says if I ever get my farm, I'll have a smoking oven. That's for sure. Smoking. They have smoking like sheds or smoke houses or something. It's called here. They're just kind of small wooden kind of little structures. Not something that you'd actually There's no door. You don't go into them. You don't have a party inside it. You just open the door and you put the meat in, and then you smoke it. And you can make them yourself as well. And honestly, I feel like that would be a really good little project to make a smoking house or whatever it's called, smoking hut. I don't know. That would be so cool. Do you want to help me make one of those, Sandra? Because I know that you're pretty handy.
I'm pretty handy, but I think I forgot everything during my transition.
Oh, you're just a big bimbo now, aren't you? That's what HRT does to us,
Yeah, blonde, big boobs. Yeah, curvy. Mm-hmm.
It's like, what does this do? It's a hammer. If I go to my, what's that mean? If I go to my, that sounds a bit wrong. I'm sorry, but already I don't know how to interpret what you just wrote there. Lil Folks Meow. Yeah, that doesn't sound like something you put on ice cream. It really doesn't, does it? It's all the wrong things. Honestly, all the wrong things. Aurelia Meja, that is not the Danish take. That's a southern US take on it. Sounds a lot spicier than ours. Ah, okay, this was a US recipe, not the Danish recipe, which obviously makes a lot more sense.
No, it doesn't.
Okay, no, hold on. Aurelia's... This sounds worse. Somehow this sounds worse, Aurelia. You got mayo, sour cream, carrots, cabbage, pickled cucumber, chives, onion, mustard, turmeric, sugar and salt. And I think it's the inclusion of the cabbage and pickled cucumber that's making me think. I mean, I'm just reeling from that. Psychologically, this is damaging to me. I can't read anymore. Let's just... That's unbelievable. Lil Folks Meow, do you all have favourite Christmas puddings? Oh, this is a good question. Here it's traditional to have Yule log or Christmas cake. So that's the UK. Christmas cake is just a fruit cake, isn't it? Not a big fan of fruit cakes. Christmas puddings, however, well, maybe that's what you mean, because Christmas pudding is very similar, but it's like it's steamed for like an hour and it becomes really moist, and then you have it with lots of like whipped double cream, and actually it's really good. The two kind of the combination with the cream and the Christmas pudding, which is kind of like it's kind of slightly bitter and fruity, and kind of there's a lot of alcohol in there, which is kind of just diffused into it all. Like it's not alcoholic anymore, but it's you can really kind of you get that when you taste it. But it's actually really good, and we've created, and my wife is she's a complete convert. She's been creating Christmas puddings for many years now. She makes them herself because she loves it. This is one of the few things that she took back from the UK, from living in the UK, and has gladly brought back with her to Norway. And she's also converted most of her family over to it as well, because they're all skeptical. But when you serve it as well, we serve it on a plate. I pour brandy over the top and then light it, and it's like, and it's like it's not like gushing flames or anything, but it's just like this gentle kind of blue flame, and it's like that's the serving. There's a bit of showbiz to it as well. It's really cool. You've probably never tried that, have you, Sina?
No, haven't. I would like to though.
Maybe that can happen. Yule log is basically a chocolate Swiss roll decorated festively. Okay, and Christmas cake is a fruit cake, which usually has alcohol into and covered in marzipan and icing. It's very, very, it's basically like a wedding. It's like an English wedding cake as well. And I gotta say, I'm not a fan. I'm not a fan of those, of the fruit cake in marzipan. And the icing, it just does not do anything for me at all. I've had much better wedding cakes in different countries, which are like properly good. The UK wedding cakes, they're not for me.
I haven't eaten that many wedding cakes, but my favorite cakes usually are chocolate cakes that are really moist and dense, and preferably a little bit darker chocolate.
Yeah, definitely sounds good. I
With
really
ice
like
cream.
rum cake or vanilla cream and rum cake. Do you know that one?
Mm.
That's really good. I love that.
I'm not sure, but it sounds really good.
It is really good. Yeah. That's actually, you know what? That's one of my favorite Norwegian cakes. I think, like a vanilla rum cream cake. It's so good. Aurelia, if I go to my mom's this year, we'll be having confit duck. Ooh, that sounds nice. I like confit duck.
Hmm.
Aurelia, I bake turkey breasts occasionally wrapped in pesto and then bacon. Nice. That's an interesting addition with the pesto. So you put them pesto and then coat with bacon. That's an interesting idea. I don't think I've ever tried that.
Mm.
Aurelia, I could probably build something like that, to be honest, if I had a schematic. You know what? I think there's YouTube videos and online stuff as well that you can probably just find a smoking hut kind of template, and you could probably just build it, Aurelia. If you have somewhere to put it, because I don't know if you do, but if you had somewhere to put it, you could just do it. That's certainly what I'd be using if I was going to do it. Christmas pudding is separate from what you were talking about. Okay, but Christmas pudding is another traditional pudding for Christmas here. Yes, it is. And that's one of my favourites. Radio's still working on the Viking village. Very, very nice. My parents always made Christmas cake, but I don't like fruit cake. Okay, another person who doesn't like fruit cake. I'm glad I'm not the only one. I think actually, I think we're the unsung majority or whatever, because I think a lot of people aren't that bothered about fruitcake because it's just not that good. But it's a tradition, so everyone just kind of goes along with it. Do you think I might be right? I think I might be right. Levata, I definitely prefer Christmas pudding to Christmas cake. I know, because I dislike marzipan, but your log is fantastic because chocolate is always a good idea.
But Maya, there's also one kind of cake that I've heard. I think it's a UK thing.
Okay. Pound
Cake, or is that US thing?
Well, it sounds like a UK thing because it's got the word pound in it, but I actually don't really. I'm not super familiar with it. I'm gonna do a quick Google.
Yeah, I've just heard about it. So I'm
no,
not
I know
sure
it does sound familiar, but I don't know, and maybe I've had it, but I just can't remember what it is. Okay, it says what is pound cake called in the UK, so it's not a UK name. It's called Madeira cake, and it's quite funny that it's called Madeira cake, and Madeira is obviously it's a place somewhere else. And then so it's so it's called a Madeira cake in the UK. In France, one might find variants with chocolate or even lemon juice as a way to create variety. But that's what is also referred to as a pound cake, but it's called a pound cake in the US. I think it is a US name.
Okay.
And it's all right. I'm not a huge fan, honestly, but it's okay. It's fine. Again, it can be dry. It can just be dry because it's only. As you can see from the image, I just quickly look at that image. But no, I can't quickly look at the image because it wants me to accept all the cookies. There you go. It's just that, and I'm not sure that it's even served with anything. You just eat that as is. And I do quite like. I like things to be a bit moist, if you know what I mean, especially in the cake department. So I like things that have got some extra cream or sauce, like sauce or something like that. That honestly does nothing for me. I mean, this is a very interesting conversation now because we're all talking about cakes, and I'm here for it. Honestly, this is giving me life. Okay,
that's good.
I personally prefer Yule log. Another one for Yule log. Over and above the Christmas cake, I can get that. And there's also eggnog. There is eggnog, and that is a beverage. But what is eggnog? Because I'm not sure that I've actually ever had eggnog. So
I haven't tried it.
No, I don't think I've actually had it. So what even is it? Brownies are fantastic, absolutely. Probably top 3 cakes for me, if not the first. Brownies, they are good. You can get packets here in Norway of brownie just to make brownies, and it's really quite easy. You can have them done in like half an hour or something. Never tried vanilla rum cream cake. It's really, really good already. I thoroughly recommend it. You've done back 6. Well done. Okay. Pound cake was invented or created in England during the 1700s. But it was probably called Madeira then, for some reason.
Yeah, probably.
Bill Fox says, well, pound is an American measurement of weight, and here pound is the coin. That's true. I think we also have pound. You also have pounds in the UK as well as a measurement of weight, just to confuse things. Isn't Madeira also a booze? It is. It is a booze. And I think it's... Is it made in Madeira? Is Madeira made in Madeira? Because I remember my parents brought back a lot of little bottles of Madeira when they went to Madeira. And so we had to go through these little bottles of Madeira, but they weren't that good. I mean, they were okay because they were boozy, but, you know. And Aurelia's not a fan of dry cake either. Much prefer my cake to be a bit moist. We are on the same moist train, Aurelia. What's lewd? I haven't said anything. What? No, moist. Moist is not a rude word. Moist. I love lemon drizzle cake. Yeah, lemon drizzle cake. That's pretty good. You'll have to bake a vanilla rum cream cake and share someday then. You know what? I'm not really a baker. Baking is not my forte. I'm quite good. I'm quite good at making main meals and stuff, but I'm not that good. I'm not that good at baking. But that's just because I've never practiced it really, and so I tend to avoid it. What's going on here, Sandra? What have you copied? What have you pasted into the chat? Would you like me to share it in the? Yeah. Would you like me to share it?
Yeah, sure.
Cool.
Just to let them know where I come from.
Yeah, I think it's really cool.
But I remember some of them said they were a bodybuilder before. So
yeah, Maya did. So this is Sandra. Look at that. That's quite ridiculous.
I would date him.
Yeah. This is a good topic as well. It's like, would you date your pre-transition self? Here's, and I think that's a really fun question actually.
It is.
For myself, I don't know if I don't know if I would actually. I don't think I would date my pre-transition self because I think she no. Okay, so the thing is that I'm imagining that my pre-transition self having all the issues that I had. But if it was actually just someone else who was happy in their body and was like confident and all this kind of stuff and then just looked like me but wasn't me, then maybe. Actually, yeah, maybe then, actually. Yeah. That's the way you gotta... I think that's what you need to frame the question as. Because honestly, dating my old self, and I'd just be like, look, girl, you need to transition. I'm not gonna fuck you. You need to transition. I'll help you get on HRT.
Exactly. I was really calm before transition, but there was always this nagging noise inside my brain that I couldn't cope with. Yeah. But other than that, I would totally date myself.
Yeah, cool. I mean, that's... So you would date yourself along with the personality and, all that kind of stuff that you had as well?
Yeah.
Oh, that's cool. I mean, I
think I would get along pretty good.
There are caveats, for sure. But I probably... You know what? I've certainly gone out with worse men. So I think that, using that as a baseline, then yeah, I'd probably be pretty lucky to date my old self, actually. Isn't that sad? But I'd still be settling. I don't think I'd want to. I don't think it would be a long-term relationship. It would just be just a bit kinky, wouldn't it?
It's a kinky thought, actually.
It is kind of kinky, and it's like it's on the bucket list. Not that it could possibly ever happen, but it's like, oh yeah, I've done that.
Yeah, with that, if I try to look away from the kinky part of it, I actually would date myself. I could have a happy life with myself. I think.
That's so good. This is a funny conversation, but that's so cool. I'm happy for you both. The answer, Aurelia, is half as ripped. Half. I don't know. I'm not entirely sure how to quantify that. I'm going to say no. Not so, because a lot of this is, there's very defined muscles. I mean, very, very kind of. I don't want to say it, but I'm going to say it. It's a kind of a very masculine physique. And Sandra does not have a masculine physique at all now. So
Yeah.
So, she's. Yeah, I don't know I don't really know how to word that. So, and I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. She's.
If I try to quantify it, I probably have half the muscle mass, and I probably also have 4 or 5 times the amount of fat on the body.
Yeah. It's just an entirely different kind of ratio of, fat versus muscle, isn't it? But that's like, it's the right ratio, or it's more right, because, I don't think I'd want to, as a woman, I think I'd feel kind of dysphoric if I had a body, obviously that wasn't male, but was female, but still had, very defined muscles. I think I'd struggle with that. So
yeah, and this kind of picture, this is not how I walked around in society all year. That was just in competition.
Yeah, of course, because you'd get cold. It's like the winter time, and you'd need to put on more clothes than this.
Only because of that. It was just 3 or 4 weeks at that level with fat on the body, and
and you have to
and then fat again.
Are you kind of dehydrated as well at this point?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah. Because that's the only way you can really get proper definition on those abs and things. Pounds and ounces used to be. Oh, sorry, I was about to be Bill. Go on.
I actually managed to gain about 14 kilos in 14 days after competition.
Just from eating.
From eating and drinking.
Yeah.
Dehydrated and almost no food in the intestines.
Yeah.
Yeah. You gain a lot of weight pretty quick.
Wow. Bill talks about pounds and ounces. They used to be the UK standard for weights until the late 80s, and now the standard is kilograms. It is kind of more of a metric system, but they do still creep in there. So, for example, Bill, if I asked you how heavy you are, and you don't have to answer, obviously, but if I ask someone here in the UK how heavy they are, they will tell me in stones. And stones are 14 pounds, I think. Thank you for the hydrate earlier. It's water time. Yeah, so that's so strange, isn't it? Most UK people will answer how heavy they are in stones. It's hard, it's hard to change things like that, isn't it, sometimes? Aurelia says I would not date my pre-transition self. Freya says, wow, I used to do powerlifting myself, wouldn't date pre-trans me though. So, okay, we guess seems to be... Oh, here's a poll. Here's a poll, Aurelia. You know what the poll is? The poll is, would you date your pre-transition self? And I think that it's yes, no, or don't know. I guess we have those 3 options, maybe. Shall we do the poll? Let's do that poll already. You set that up.
Yeah.
That's going to be fun.
Right.
I actually don't know exactly what option I'm going to choose yet, but I think I'm going to just say no, but I'm not sure.
How many transgender followers do you have? Do you know that?
I think all of them. No, I don't think so. No, I have no idea. That's another good question. So, and that could be another good poll, actually. Are you trans? And then we'll just know, won't we? So, would you date your pre-transition self? I'm going to vote. Like just one date. Like one date would be okay, wouldn't it? And then, You know, so you can tick it off your bucket list. And as we all know, I do put out on the first date. So that's just to clarify things, just in case anyone was under the wrong impression of me. Yes, I am a massive slut. Okay, usually we measure our weight in kilograms. Oh, cool. Maybe things are different now. It's probably it could be a generational thing. Everyone I know measures in stones. Got a war to my streamer. Thank you, Aurelia, and her special fan. Bill says I couldn't tell you how much I weigh in kilos. No, because you know it in stones, right? Yeah. The only reason I would tell you in stones is because online, a lot of people do it in stones and pounds. Online. Okay, pounds is 2.2. So you got 2.2 pounds in a kilo. I kind of knew that. I know that in America, all the weights in gyms and things are all in pounds as well. So whenever I see someone on TikTok or whatever, and they're showing a workout or whatever, and I look at the weights on the bar or whatever, it's always in pounds. I'm like, oh, bloody hell. Because I can't be bothered to divide by 2.2. That's just not something that I will do, you know, on my own free will.
It's pretty much doubling or halving the weights.
Yeah, I know, but it's also
in the ballpark.
It's that 0.2 that annoys me. Like, I can double something, no problem, but the 0.2, and it's like, well, then it's a little bit more, and it just, I like things to be precise, and I'm not going to get my calculator out, but you know, it just means that I just don't really know exactly how much weight it is. But look at the doctors, they measure it in kilograms. Okay, so doctors measure in kilograms, but then the general public online measure it in stones. Thanks for the poll. If you are interested in participating, you are more than welcome. Have you voted, Sandra? Make sure you get your vote, because we're allowed to vote. Even we're doing it, but we should vote too, because it's relevant to us.
Where do I vote? I can't see anything on the screen.
It should be in the chat. At the top of the chat, is there not like a little poll saying, it's a current poll, would you date your pre-transition self?
No.
It's not there. That's strange. It's there for me.
Not that I see, at least.
That's odd. Well, some people maybe can't see the poll, and obviously if you can't see the poll, it's difficult to vote in it. But that's a shame. If you do see the poll, it should be at the top of your stream chat, and it should be... You might need to drop it out or drop it down or something. I don't know. Just tap on it. It's just not there though, is it, Sandra?
I needed to start my Twitch again.
No, man. Kilograms. Hold on, Little Fox Meowat is not trans.
Oh,
okay.
Now I see it.
But you know, if you're not trans, you can still kind of imagine. Maybe you could imagine the question. Like, I don't want to exclude you. It doesn't matter if you're not trans. Imagine for a second that you were trans. Little Fox Meowat. Imagine you transition to the other gender, and you were living life as the other gender. I don't know what it is. And then just think, would I? I mean, I know it's quite a difficult. Maybe it's a bit too much to imagine, but you could. What's your gut reaction? What's your gut instincts telling you?
We can also phrase it in another way. If a female version of you, if you're a guy, or if you're a girl, a male version of you shows up, would you date?
Yeah. Oh, you can get filters, right? So if you use TikTok or Snapchat or whatever, there's often filters, and it turns you into the other. It takes your photo and then turns you into the male or female version of you. And then all you have to do is look at that and be like, okay, maybe, or not.
Those are generic. They're just built upon one kind of man or woman.
They're AI driven, so they're not. I mean, obviously they don't they're not the actual. This is definitely what you would look like if you were the opposite sex. It's like, clearly not. But also there's often something about them that's familiar. They do capture some. They do capture something, because I've tried it. Actually, I tried it on FaceApp. And FaceApp is an app you can get for your mobile device, and that's also, I think, it also has a gender swapper in there, and that's kind of fun. If you're trans, be wary of these things because they can give you dysphoria. So I just want to say, don't necessarily just take it as a toy. If you're cis and you're perfectly happy with your gender, it's a toy and it's fun. If you're trans, it can actually be a bit painful. So be wary of these things and use them carefully and be forewarned, basically.
Yeah, I really noticed that also, but not anymore actually. Now it's not that hard to do. They're fun to play with.
Yeah, now they're fun because they just try and convert me back to my old self, and I'm just looking at it and thinking, yeah, not bad. That's pretty close to how I used to look. That's kind of funny. Okay. Aurelia says, Bill says kilograms is based on standard scientific units, so it's a lot easier for using in medical situations. It's a lot easier to use for all situations, honestly, not just medical, but also scientific for sure. If you're doing any kind of physics equations, then then trying to use imperial measurements in those physics equations, it can be painful. It sometimes sort of just works, but in other ways, it's painful. Especially if you do need to kind of mix them up, you should just use metric. No question, because things are a lot easier.
Yeah, and also fair point from Little Fox Meow Art. Like I am a woman and more attracted to women. So
right, that's a really good point. So it's not going to work then. That's no point. Yeah, all right, fair enough.
If you met your own clone, would you date?
Yeah, I guess that's the only way we can make this work. But now we're kind of it's getting more. It feels like it's more and more shoehorned in. So honestly, little folks, don't worry about it.
We're diluting the poll.
Yeah, now we're just trying to make it work, but it's like I think we just have to give that one up.
Probably. There's no poll that fits anyone.
No, we're all different, aren't we? And that's the beauty of being human. If we're all the same, the world would be a very boring place.
Yes.
Some people would like it to be a very boring place, but screw those people.
Yeah.
So yeah, we got a poll up. Hopefully you can. Yeah. Hopefully you can see the poll. If you can't see the poll, then you might need to restart, or I don't know what's wrong. But there is a poll. Would you date your pre-transition self? If you are trans, feel free to answer it. If you're not trans, but you are opposite gender attracted, you could also maybe just try and imagine what that might be like and also answer it. It's fine. If you are attracted, if you're same-sex attracted, then I don't think it's going to work, basically, so don't even try. If you're exclusively same-sex attracted.
Yeah.
Aurelia, no, hold on, I've missed some stuff. Let's check. So Aurelia says definitely not. I would not go on a date with cis, pre-transition me. Just no. Actually, hold on, and then maybe I would. She's changed her mind. If I account for all the stuff that's happened to me, the things people have done because you're too feminine, etc., maybe that guy would have been worth dating. Yeah, okay. And this actually raises an interesting question as well, doesn't it? Because we've had the lives that we've had, because it's not been easy, and I think that I can kind of generalize and say it's generally not easy for trans people pre-transition living their lives and being comfortable with their bodies. Like that's not a thing. We can try and pretend that we are, but we're just not. That's why we transition. And so of course that's going to have knock-on effects to both our mental well-being and the way that we maybe even just take care of our bodies. I mean, some of us overcompensate. So some of us just don't care about our bodies at all, and we're just happy to just kind of let ourselves completely go. And I completely understand the kind of the reasons for that, right? But then others like you, Sandra, kind of almost overcompensate and try to be as masculine and as physical as possible in the hope that will fix you, perhaps. And it doesn't. But that's like and also another way of kind of dealing with it. Anyway, the winner is no. The winner is no. Most people would not date their pre-transition selves. That's kind of interesting. Very small sample size, but cool. Thank you everyone who took part in the poll. That was kind of fun. I answered. Did I answer? No, I answered yes. I was one of the 2 people who answered yes. I probably would. Mostly just for the street cred and the fact that I could, it's definitely a talking point in the pub, isn't it? You'll never guess who I dated the other day. And it's, as we all know, it's all about the street cred.
Yeah.
So let's catch up with the chat, just trying to figure out where I am. The mixed unit issues has caused planes to go down in the past. I can totally believe it. So that's the trying to convert between metric and imperial, and it's caused plane crashes. Yeah. Anything that makes things much more complicated in plane software or hardware or whatever is going to make it more prone to error. I'm not going to screw those people. They don't deserve it. Screw those people. No, that's famously they are very unscrewable, actually. Rex, funny you should say that about FaceApp. Okay. I used a free avatar creator that became clear it was only envisaging females. I ended up with a cartoon femme version of me, and this made me weirdly sad and cracked my egg. Dangerous, aren't they? They are dangerous in the wrong hands. Used naively. FaceApp and apps like that, they can, well, firstly, they can crack eggs, so maybe that's kind of good. But also, it's like, it can also be quite traumatic. So you've sort of got to be, a little bit careful about what you're doing with those ones. And maybe you don't even know until you use it. So it's hard to even know if if you need to be careful. It's like, no, I don't need to be careful. I'm completely cis-het and I'm normal. Oh my God, I'm I'm feeling things.
Exactly.
Aurelia, yeah, I'm just thinking without all the trans in the society related damage, I think I would go with yes. Cool. Because I kind of think of this alternate timeline version of me, who wasn't trans, and I think about what kind of person they would have been, and I can't help but think that they would have really had it together and have been kind of, someone that I would be attracted to. Maybe I'm giving them too much credit, because anything can happen, right? But at the same time, I would kind of think that because they had just basically a much easier time of things than I did, then they would probably be a bit more of a put together kind of guy, I guess. I don't know. Maybe. Mm-hmm. Aurelia, so okay, you actually screwed the poll up, didn't you, Aurelia? Because you voted no and then changed your mind. Never mind. It doesn't matter. Freya says, yeah, I did the overcompensation stage. It didn't work. Doesn't tend to work, that one. Mm-hmm. Well, if I recall correctly, the NASA Mars lander crashed because of an Imperial stroke metric mix-up. No. Really?
No.
That's really... No, but honestly, I sort of can believe it. I mean, I can believe that because, it's not easy. It's not easy coding space flight trajectories at the best of times. But when if you're trying to compare between, metric and imperial, you're asking for trouble, honestly.
Yeah, but that has to be something that was just overlooked and not a real actual mix-up. Because
no, but all it takes is for someone to be
really good.
Yeah, but of course. But it's always going to be user error, and so all it takes is for someone to be inputting something in metric when it should have been in imperial, or vice versa, and then suddenly it's gonna, you're gonna crash.
Yeah.
Freya says it was good to be able to deadlift over 300 kilograms, though.
Wow.
It's quite a lot of kilograms, isn't it?
That's a lot.
Yeah.
My max in deadlift was 230 kilos.
Cool. Freya's a strong one.
Yeah, it was really strong. Impressive.
Aurelia, I've watched some videos about a Canadian 747 that had to do an emergency landing at an old former hobby airfield that had a go-kart race going because the people refueling it had filled with imperial units when it needed it in liters, kilograms. Not sure which not sure which they handle their fuel in. Yeah, I don't know. I'd like you to supply a link. I need source and references for that already, because that sounds like something I'd actually quite like to watch as well, that video. That sounds incredible.
Oops.
Rex, I mean, for all my high school years and years after, I would be disappointed that I didn't wake up female. That doesn't sound like a trans experience at all. She says incredibly sarcastically. Because I disliked being me, and that was as far as opposite, right? So you didn't like being yourself, but as far as opposite as you could get was the female version of yourself, perhaps. And that is absolutely not a perfectly normal cis thing to do. That's a perfectly normal trans thing to do. Denial is not just a river in Egypt. I like that expression. I'm glad you figured it out, though, Rex. With the help of FaceApp or not.
Yeah.
Well, the version of me wouldn't have been as depressed, anxious, or paranoid. It would likely never have gotten fat, since that was a specific wrong response to people's compliments being painful. It would have been much more fun to be around, likely had a management position by 30. You know, we can only guess, right, already. And shit happens, right? Shit does happen to everyone. You know, cishet people still don't have, like, perfect lives, and, you know, it's not all smooth sailing. But it would have increased the chances that you know, it does increase the chances that you would have been a more successful version of yourself, I would say. It's still just chances, but it's, you know, it's not guaranteed. But yeah, maybe. I kind of think I feel the same, but you know, but who knows really, right?
Mm-hmm.
Bill, I think
I work as a mental trainer coach, so I talk to a lot of people, blaming a lot of issues they have had during life.
Yeah.
And one of our issues is that we're trans, but we can relate some things to it, because we have been insecure and we have been struggling, but it is also a kind of blessing that we can use to our own advantage.
It is. I always thought of being trans as sort of my superpower, honestly. It's like, because it was like my secret superpower, which I couldn't ever reveal to anyone. But I was very much aware of, you know, how I really felt and how I really was. And so so I always had this slightly different perspective to people. I could always kind of see, you know, these kind of dynamics that other people were just kind of blind to, you know, particularly where it comes to, you know, the interaction of men and women. And so I was kind of like, you know, this is kind of cool that I can see this and I can completely see it from the other side. And I actually kind of more relate to the female point of view rather than the male point of view, even though I'm surrounded by all these men who are blinkered and only seeing it from a male point of view. And so that was kind of cool. It was also difficult, obviously, but yeah, now I've transitioned. I have even more of that. I have even more of that kind of viewpoint from both sides, which has only enriched my experience of the world, honestly, rather than been a problem. Obviously, there's lots of other problems, mostly societal, which I have to deal with. But being trans, you know, it is innately, I think, kind of cool. And if we had better healthcare and we had better support systems and we had better social acceptance, it would be even better.
Exactly. And I also see Aurelia writing here. She doesn't blame any of her problems of being trans, and I'm very happy for you for that.
And yeah, because it's not, exactly. It's not you. It's not there's nothing broken or damaged or wrong with you. It's not that you're not normal. It's that it's all the other people around that have the problems, isn't it? Bill says, I think one company assumed that because NASA was American, they used imperial. But of course they use metric because of science. So that's kind of funny. So it wasn't even like NASA internally that messed it up. It was other subcontractors or whatever, assuming that Americans, so duh. I mean, honestly, that's a fair assumption, but sometimes it's not always the case, guys. Rex, in '89, the Radio Control Buggy World Championship was held at St. Ives in Sydney. Lost Seek got someone to survey the track in advance and turned up with a bespoke 2-speed auto gearbox because someone measured it in feet, and Lossie thought it was meters because Australia, not crashing a Mars rover but still amusing. So it's still a mix-up between metric and imperial. I wonder how many times this happened. I remember when it was the Y2K and everyone was worried that planes would be falling from the sky once we rolled over into the year 2000. And of course, none of that happened. And so a lot of people thought, well, that was a big fuss over nothing. We didn't, there was no issues. However, thousands and thousands of programmers around the world actually were upgrading systems behind the scenes so that they didn't crash, so that planes didn't fall from the sky, and millions of dollars or equivalent were spent on this endeavor. And obviously people just thought, oh no, but that didn't happen. It's like, well, it would have happened if we didn't fix it.
Yeah.
There are so many of these sideways slip landings. Can't find the one I was thinking of. Oh, never mind. It's okay, but it's a very interesting story. I was just thinking I should probably because you're showing a pre-transition photo of me, so I think I should probably do the same. I'm gonna see if I can dig one out. I think I've got some on my Instagram, haven't I? And I think probably people have seen it, but I'm just gonna dig one out anyway. Profile. I'm not going to use the latest one. I'm going to use one before that. I think there's a pretty good one. Actually, no, I think I took a pretty good one in the London bar. I did, yeah. This is in the London bar in Oslo, Sandra. Not the first one. Not the first one. First one's on the bridge with a fish. There we go. So the first one's me, pre-transition, showing off my cod. That would have been a perfect photo for a dating site. Because I don't know if you've noticed that, all the little dating apps, right, they all have pictures of men with fish, holding the fish. And that's like that's like a standard thing. We don't, so when we're looking at them on dating apps as women, we're like, okay, well the guy's kind of average. Not sure, but then we look at the fish and we're like, yeah, that's not a bad fish though, so that's a yes. That's the thought process.
Okay.
It's not really. And then this is me in the toilets of the London bar, taking a photo. It's my sexy self. But obviously I did. So I've not gone from a completely different physique to a complete, from one to another. It's not quite as an extreme a difference, really. But I did. I do look kind of skinny and all that kind of stuff. But I did have muscles. I did have, strength, and I do kind of miss it. I do kind of miss it. It wasn't on the same league as you, but it was still. There was still, things were a lot less effort. I had a lot more. I could run. I was doing pretty good times on my running, pretty good PRs. I was running up hills, running up mountains. I don't really do that anymore, but I really wish I could. I'm looking forward to being fully fit again.
Yeah, a couple of more months, and you'll feel some of it coming back.
Yeah, it is slowly coming back now. It's just if I run and I kind of jar myself, it does feel like my vagina's falling out. So I don't want it to. I don't want it to fall out. So I'm gonna leave it a little bit longer, I think.
Yeah.
Order of business next week. This coming week, I don't think I'm going to be streaming. No, my normal streams on Wednesdays and Thursdays, and I think I'm just going to have to cancel that because I'm actually going to be in Istanbul, getting my breasts. They're going to get a good scene too in Istanbul. So I'll be back hopefully Yeah, I don't know exactly when, but it won't. So I definitely won't be streaming next week, just to let you all know. So this will be the last stream for a little while. Sorry, it's been a bit inconsistent recently, but I've been doing things, very important things. Not Constantinople. No, not Constantinople. Into Istanbul. It's different. What are you all talking about? Okay, so actually, Aurelia did find. Did you find it? Found some of this. It was a 767. Then you're trying to find a good one for it. There's too many meme videos about it, but it's Air Canada 143. Okay. If you find, I know you did find it. You found it. Let's check that out. Because this sounds like a pretty good video. Shall we all just watch it? Let's all just watch it. I'll put it on the screen. This is a true story.
A brand new 767.
We're going to go to the web browser scene, so I'm going to transfer Sandra to the web browser scene as well. Let's just find her. Guest. Where are you? Guest. Copy. Web browser scene. Boink! There you are. And now I'll play it from here.
Fuel pressure. Why would that be?
Maybe I'm covering too much.
How come I have no instruments?
A catastrophic failure at 26,000 feet.
Winnipeg, Air Canada 143.
Air Canada 143, go ahead.
This is a dramatic recreation.
I'm talking to a dead man.
How far are we from Gimli?
You're approximately 12 miles from Gimli right now.
I guess I'll just slip it.
The crew is out of options and running out of time. They're at the controls of a 95-ton jet that's quickly falling from the sky.
Have you really noticed how much the sound and the music has to say when it comes to the experience of watching something?
We were watching something of yours and it was. Stop! Yeah. I don't think that's. I'm not sure that that's actual footage from the incident. I kind of feel like there's too many cameras and the lighting's too good and the sound's really good and the dramatic music as well. I'm just not sure that that's actually what happened.
I didn't hear any music.
Let's go back to the chat scene. But yeah, no, it'd be really cool to see if there was any actual footage of it. But that's just a dramatic recreation, so not that worried about that. Hello to Mohammed, first time chat. Hello, how you doing, Mohammed? It's just from a documentary and American documentaries. So actually, dramatic music sort of worked for that, right? But the dramatic music we were watching, what was it about? It was like. What was the subject? I can't remember. It shouldn't have had any dramatic music on, but it really did. It was...
yeah, the one that I played.
Yeah. It's the last one. They were talking about... There was some kind of technology thing, wasn't it? It was a technology... computery thing.
I don't
GPS.
Remember, but
They're talking about GPS. It was GPS, I remember. Yeah, it's GPS. It's global position. So they were talking about global positioning system. They were explaining how it works and what it was and the history of it and stuff. But it had music exactly like what we just heard on the dramatic recreation of a plane falling out of the sky. And it had this kind of music the whole way through, just constant kind of tension, building tension. And it's like, and then you'll never guess what happened. GPS, they changed it slightly. It's like, why have we got this music? It's annoying me. It was, it's just not, but it's very American documentary because it's, every American documentary now on the Discovery Channel or whatever, it has this really dramatic music. Because people respond to it, I guess. But I just find it kind of exhausting and I'd rather just listen to what the person's saying. But I'm old-fashioned.
Yeah.
Yes, new
It has to be
hashtag.
in the right places.
Sorry, what are you saying?
It has to be in the right places.
Yes, it does. Yes, you can't constantly have that tension. You need to be able to have some breaths and kind of collect yourself. And even the most stressful high action Marvel films actually know this. You know, you can't do it at 100% for the whole film because people will just get tired and kind of numb to it. So they do have kind of areas of high intensity action with very dramatic music and explosions, and then they have calmer bits where the people actually do talk to each other, drive the narrative forward, and then another big action scene, and then and they intersperse it. But this documentary didn't know about this, and so it was just exhausting. And it was talking about GPS. It's kind of bizarre, honestly. So yeah, new hashtag for my Turkey trip. So my Twitter hashtag, I did a Twitter hashtag as I was documenting my trip last year, and I called it Meja's Turkey Breasts. And I do you like that? I don't think I'm going to do the same. I don't think I'm just going to call it Meja's Turkey Breasts too, Aurelia. But we do need to figure out what the hashtag should be. So that's something we should probably figure out. I'll post about it on Twitter because I think there was some really good suggestions from people. Actually, no, my hashtag for my trip to Chonburi, to Supporn, was quite a good one. It was Meja's Schlong Goodbye. And I thought that was really good. That was a good suggestion from someone. Just used it.
Yeah.
Meja's Schlong Goodbye.
Oops.
Yeah, it was a recreation. I know it was from a documentary. I know. It was certainly library music. They'll have got it, and they just use it all the time. It's annoying. Aurelia, I've realised I'm not so much tired of superhero films as I'm tired of Avengers films. They are very formulaic, aren't they? We were watching Loki, weren't we? The new series of Loki.
Yeah.
Yours.
I didn't get too excited about it actually. I think I fell asleep halfway through all the episodes.
I really like the production design again. I love what they're doing with the retro aesthetic of the TFA or whatever it's called. I think that's really cool. But yeah, like the actual story, the pacing of the episodes, like what's kind of going on, what's the point of it all, I don't really care that much. Like it doesn't feel, it kind of feels unfocused. And also I don't really understand, I don't understand the basic premise of like who's the bad guys, who are the good guys, why, what, how. A lot of it's kind of, and I thought I was paying attention as well. I wasn't falling asleep, and I still kind of couldn't really get it. So I don't know.
Yeah, I think that a lot of the newer kind of productions, regardless of Marvel or something else, is trying to show that people aren't purely evil or kind. They are showing this spectrum of kindness, evilness, or selfish parts. They're all included in everyone.
Sure.
And Loki has been more on the evil side during Marvel movies, and when we see this own series with Loki, they're painting a more nuanced picture of Loki.
Which
is actually trying to do good things.
And that's all fine and that's all good. I guess my issue is the bad guys in Loki. I don't understand their motivations.
No, I don't. But that's because they do horrible things, even though they try to be good people.
But they're doing really horrible things, and I find it difficult to understand how they could possibly think that they were doing the right thing. So when they were bombing all the other time lines or whatever, and they're killing billions of people, and I'm like, why? Why are you doing that?
Exactly.
I didn't get
But
it.
if you put this scenario into what the Nazis did, and the Germans followed along and supported, I think you can see the resemblance.
Yeah, no, I mean, obviously, and that's what they're going for as well. All the baddies are very much fascist. They're all basically just using Nazi uniforms. It's like the ideology and stuff is pretty clear, but it's still very difficult to understand the. I mean, I guess it's just the dichotomy is still just too cartoonish. It's still too kind of childish for my grown-up sensibilities, and I'd much rather that there was more ambiguity about, and that, I could see that the guys on the other side actually did have strong motivations for what they were doing, and I don't feel that at all. So, and regardless of whether history even requires that, I still would quite like to be, I'd still quite like to see that in my entertainment. I think it's really interesting when this it's not so clear cut, when you don't actually know, if people are on the right side or whatever, and they do and they make difficult choices, and they, I just like my entertainment to be more grown up, basically, I guess.
Yeah. And
ultimately, Marvel stuff is for kids. I mean, it is kind of for kids, right? I think, teenage me, or, just teenage kids, or even 20-year-olds maybe in general, are spoiled for this kind of stuff, because it's pretty amazing. The budgets and the stories and the action and all that kind of stuff. It's like, wow, this is brilliant. But I kind of just feel like I'm not the target audience, and I don't feel that I should. I don't feel like it's. I think there's a kind of a pressure for a lot of people to kind of be watching this stuff and try to keep up with the culture of it, and keep up with the have you seen the latest Marvel film? It's like and ultimately I really think it's okay to say no, I didn't watch it because I'm not a child.
But Meja, I need to ask a very important question.
Okay.
Do you have to pee?
No, I don't. But you do, so you should go pee.
I do.
I've actually got an incredibly strong.
I need to go.
Actually, no, yeah, you go. You go pee, and I will entertain. Don't worry about that. I'm used to it.
Yeah.
That's amazing, actually. I've done quite a lot of things, and I still don't need to pee. That's probably going to catch up with me. But normally I do pee. Normally I do actually do pees. Let's catch up with the chat. So yeah, already I started this conversation saying I'm not so much side of superhero films. I think the superhero format is still wide open. There's still lots of stories you can tell, lots of interesting angles. Thank you for the redeem. But as far as the Marvel format and the very formulaic nature of the Marvel films and franchise, I'm really over it. And I think that generally audiences as well are sort of over it, in that I believe that they're just not doing quite as big numbers as they used to. Still going, because it's still profitable, but it's sort of it's declining, right? Am I right in thinking that? I think it is. Hope it is. Because for every Marvel film that's made, it's another film is not made. It's like this is actually a sort of a zero-sum game. It is. There is a limited pie of money available to create films in Hollywood and whatever. And so when you watch the latest Marvel film, just understand that. And it's not even one film. It's like you're watching the equivalent of 3 or 4 other films which were not made because this Marvel film was. That's actually kind of sobering, isn't it? That's actually kind of sobering. I really does like Loki, or love Loki even. Yeah, the style is more what's great than the actual content. I know, the style is great. The style's great. The production design is really nice, and I really like it. But the actual content, the story, the what's happening, I don't need that. Okay. Hey, did you watch season 1 or 2? I've seen season 1 and I've started watching season 2. I might continue, I'm not sure, but I'm not strongly motivated. Still need to watch For All Mankind. Still haven't watched any For All Mankind 4 yet. I'd really like more shows that kind of exist just on the edge of our current scientific abilities, like For All Mankind. Yeah, me too. Something like that would be really nice. I think there's lots of things you could do with that. So many different things you could do with that, honestly. You should watch season 2 to the end. Should I? I don't know if I should. Like, I don't know. I don't feel like I really need to. It's annoying because I didn't really rate the latest Star Wars one either. What was that called? Ahsoka. I was looking forward to it, but it at the end of the day, it didn't do that much for me. And I think it's definitely that the quality of the show is not as good as it should have been, rather than the fact that I'm just getting incredibly old. I want to make that absolutely clear. It's the show, not me. Already, I'm not saying For All Mankind will happen. Well, it definitely won't happen because it sort of already should have happened and it didn't. So, hey you.
Hey.
So at some point I'll go pee and then you have to entertain. Actually, you know what? I really don't need it. Although, having said that, I sometimes don't know if I need to pee anymore. I don't know if you remember this phase of your recovery, but sometimes I'm like, I just feel sort of uncomfortable, but I'm not. It's like, it's more of a vague kind of discomfort. And it's not triggering anything in my brain saying, hey, you need to pee.
Yeah, I remember actually, because
Okay.
I've had some accidents.
Really? Okay, tell us more, please. We need to know. You need to explain to all the hundreds of people exactly what, when you pissed your pants.
Yeah, sure. Actually, some months after I came back, I got a new job. I got a position as general manager for a toy store.
Yep.
In a shopping mall.
Yep.
And I was very eager to make this shop a very nice shop, so it would sell a lot of toys. And I was ignoring that I had to pee. And I was ignoring it and just trying to do my tasks.
So you knew that you needed to pee, but you just felt you could hold it. Yeah.
Yeah, I also thought I could hold it. So when I got the strong enough signal from my body that you need to go now, it was too late. Because when I switched position, if I sat on my knees and I have to stand up, then it would just come. So I think I peed myself at least 4 times during the first 3 months of that job.
Oh, wow. That's a lot. And yeah, okay.
So I wasn't learning. So, yeah, but after the first 3
clean
months,
up on aisle 3. Sorry.
Yeah, after the first 4 months, I learned, so I went earlier.
Okay, good.
Mm-hmm. I got chocolate. I talked so much about ice cream, so I need to.
So you need to eat chocolate. Yeah, I mean, one or the other. I'm jealous, but yeah, I don't have anything. I've drunk all my chocolate milk. I've drunk all my. Wait, didn't I have a coffee? Oh no, that's long drunk. What I do have is an advent calendar, and I just remembered that I was going to open my advent calendar, so I'm going to do that on the stream. We're going to do some Lego again for a change. So this is the Lego Friends advent calendar. It was on sale as well. I got it reduced to tilbud. So let's just open it. I'm not sure how. Oh, hold on. Maybe I need scissors. It's annoying. No, I refuse to go and get scissors. I'm just going to use my nails. Or maybe I can use Lego. Yeah, I can. There you go. See, I'm so good with Lego that I can even use it to open more Lego.
Ah, nice. You're versatile when it comes to Lego.
Yeah. I'm versatile in many ways.
We talked about Mandalorian when I was back. Now when I was gone peeing.
Sorry?
Did you talk about Mandalorian? I saw someone mention.
I don't think we talked about Mandalorian, but we were talking about Ahsoka. A little bit. And I was like, I just mentioned that was another Disney thing that I wasn't that bothered about.
Okay.
But I quite liked Mandalorian. But again, I also feel like it's gone downhill a bit. Like it's not as good as it used to be.
Oh,
have you watched any of those?
It's really good.
Oh yeah. Okay. There you go. Oh, what's left? I don't understand this. I must be opening this wrong. Am I opening at the back? Oh. I don't understand this. I can't figure out how to open my advent calendar. This is kind of embarrassing. No, it's gotta be this. It's gotta be.
I think it's isn't it just a box on the outside and then you have to pull it out?
It feels like.
I remember having them
there's
in the
bags.
toy store.
I'm feeling bags. It's gotta be this way. Oh, okay, hold on. Yeah, so I have been opening the wrong side. Good. Now I need to open it this side, so I need to take off these little tabs. Okay. Figured it out. Ugh. I'm just gonna have to get some scissors, because otherwise I'm gonna be struggling with this. So I'll be back in a second.
I'll just sit here awkwardly. She didn't hear that. But yeah, I really like all Star Wars, and
Yep, we're right next
even,
door.
even after Disney took over. I just told everyone that I really like Star Wars, even when Disney took over.
Yeah, good. Well, you're in good company, because I think there's a lot of people who like Star Wars here. Ha! That's another good poll then. Actually, that's a really good poll. Aurelio, how about a poll? Star Wars versus Star Trek. And you have to choose one. You can't choose both. You have to choose Star Wars or Star Trek. This is because... Yeah.
You don't choose between the good things. You take it all.
No, but this is a hypothetical situation where you are going to be stranded on a desert island. You're about to jump out of the plane with your parachute, and there's two sets of collections of DVDs, and you can only take one. And you can take the Star Wars collection, or you can take the Star Trek collection. And that's what you'll have for the rest. And there's a TV and some kind of Blu-ray player on the desert island. That you know this already. It could happen. It could happen. So you have to choose one. But this is a scenario that could happen.
I know what I would choose.
I don't know. Oh shit! I said it. Now I have to vote. I don't even know. No, I think you can't have neither. You have to choose. But it doesn't matter. Okay. Oh no.
There's an option here which says neither.
No. That's if you don't like either. But that's terrible.
Oh, okay.
But I think if anyone picks neither, then it's like, just don't vote. I mean, what's the point? I'm gonna click on the one that I'm voting for. There's no good answer though, is there? It's like one of those like Kobayashi Maru things. Okay, one. Where's one? I can't even see one. There's no one. Oh yeah, there's. Right, there's one. One's a little girl. Cool. Two. This is some kind of... It's a rocket on a table. And then three. Here's the third, isn't it? So three is... It's like an ice cream It's an ice cream stand, mobile ice cream stand. Cool. So now I'm going to build them, and as is traditional at Christmas time, I'm going to build them in the bag. Have you ever seen this happen? Have you ever seen this, Sandra? Building Lego in the bag.
Building Lego in the bag?
Yeah. Yes. Just to show, exactly. Just to show off. You know, it's like it's just to show everyone my incredible Lego skills. I'm going to build these Lego things in the bag, so I don't open the bag.
Oh.
Yeah. I hate it. But, but I'm gonna do it.
I mean, that would be like having sex with the clothes on.
Okay. I guess so. like so, but yeah. So sex with the clothes on, but but then definitely no openings anywhere. So yeah. That would be annoying. That would be frustrating. I agree. But not as frustrating as this is gonna be, because this is honestly just. This is painful. I'll switch to the build cam so you can see me struggle. I think I need to turn it on. I need to dust it, honestly, because it's been a while. Let's go to the... Oh, I'll need to copy and paste you into the build scene as well. So let's grab you. I'm going to grab you now, Sandra. Hope you don't mind. Building scene. Oops, hey.
I think I'll be fine.
There's the build scene. I'm upside down. Also, there's two of you. Right, I need to do a bit of work on this one. This is an interesting situation. So we don't need that one. Right. This video capture device 3 is upside down. So let's... I think the first thing to do is turn this the right way around, because that's just silly. Okay, better. Then it's the wrong camera, obviously. Oh, did that not work? No. Is it that one? No. Oh, maybe I need to open camera on this as well. Hold on. Screen City. I don't know where it is. Come on. Oh, it's there. I think I need to... Oh no, that's actually working. Oh, that's working now. Oh, cool, cool. Right. Good. Let's make it a bit bigger. Cool. Right, you can see what I'm doing now. We're gonna... That's cool, and you're right there as well. That's actually a pretty good position. Although the chance of some... hold on. We don't need that. Right, I'll start with the body. It's actually a really good analogy, sex with your clothes on. That's actually a very good analogy for what I'm trying to do here. And I don't think I'm going to do them all. I think I'm just going to do... I might do this one and another one. This is giving me so much trouble already. God. Right, I've done the body. On the feet.
I can understand that this is a kind of a challenge and you feel accomplishment, but I'm not sure that it's very useful in live streaming with all the noise.
Oh, the noise. Is it very noisy? Yeah, it will be, won't it?
Yeah, it's like if someone opening a bag of chips in the cinema.
Constantly. Well, maybe I'll just do this one then.
Right.
I mean, it's annoying for you, but it's also annoying for me. So I think, you know, perfect streaming experience.
It's not like you have huge set of Lego that is within one bag. So it's not taking forever.
No, it's quite straight. It's fairly quick. Come on, put your head out. No, put your head out. It's just kind of fun to see. What's actually really fun is seeing the result. Like people see the bag and like, what's going on? Oh, I can't get a hair on. Come on. Oh, kind of stuck. There we go. There we go. Done. It's finished. Let me show you. It's a girl in a bag.
Wow, nice.
Amazing. It's really hard though. It's honestly, if you have a Lego advent calendar, I highly recommend trying this and seeing how far you get, because you might think, well, that's going to be easy, no problem. But it's not. It's not easy. It's really hard. Oh, hey, the poll. Thank you. The poll is going interestingly. It's close actually. It's really close. Star Wars so far has 4 votes. Star Trek has 3 votes. I like that. I like the fact that it's close. Yeah. If you haven't voted in the poll yet,
you have to answer for men's bad behavior, which is insane. But
The
if you
impossible
point that
vote.
out, you're accused of complaining.
you're accused of complaining. Thank you, whoever did that. Let's see what's happening in the chat. Aurelia's got chocolate cookies. I might heat 1 or 2. Heat a cookie. I'm a brick specialist. Aurelia says, like the Dark Jedi and the Dathomir Witch were pretty damn great villains. Yes, actually, you know what? The villains in Ahsoka were better than the good guys. I think the good white guys were quite boring. And the villains were actually quite interesting. And I really liked the actors. Hello, Trestle Huntress. Trestle Huntress says, I'm a so yes, it's brickology. So I'm a brickologist. Hey, that could be my new job title that I've just created for myself. I'm a brickologist. That sounds good. If someone asks what I do, it's because that's always happens, right? Oh, hi. So what do you do? Next time someone says that, I'm gonna say I'm a brickologist.
Yes. You see, if someone is doing their Lego properly, and they have enough Lego in their life, that's a brickologist.
Exactly. I got a lot of Lego.
Yeah.
These are all drawers. Another one I was thinking of the other day is another good answer to that question. What do you do? I could say I'm a botanist.
A what?
A botanist.
Okay.
It's like a botanist.
Please explain.
It's like a botanist, but instead of an N, it's an M. A botanist. It's just.
And what do a botanist do?
I'm an expert in being a bottom. The poll has finished. And it's Star Wars with 1 abstention. Oh, so close. Star Trek got 3. Star Wars got 1. Sorry. Star Wars got 4, and someone said neither, which is 1. So Star Wars wins.
Yeah.
But it was close, and I like the fact that it was close because it should be close because they're both really good. It's a difficult choice, isn't it?
It is.
Aurelia says I could not get into Obi-Wan at all. No, I wasn't a fan of Obi-Wan at all. Did you like Obi-Wan, Sandra?
Yeah, I like that one too. I like everything. I think I'm easy to please with series and movies.
Well, that's
good.
That's good.
Yeah, except for I forgot the name. The Marvel dude, the god, the semi-god that we just talked about.
They're all Loki, right? Yeah, except for Loki,
yeah,
you're not about it. Yeah.
Just disappeared from my head.
Poll up. Yeah, thank you for the poll. Aurelia was legitimately torn. Levator, I feel like there'd be more variety with Star Trek just because there's a lot more of it. So Star Trek was a good choice if you chose Star. There's no wrong choices there. If someone here is a heathen and hates both, there is. One of us is a heathen and hates both. I wonder who it was. But also, it's okay. It's okay. You're not really a heathen.
It could be because if you have to choose, it would be better to be without both instead of choosing one.
Maybe, yeah. I mean, just get on with living on the island. Forget about your basic sci-fi entertainment. You know, there's more important things to do. You know, you gotta fashion shelter. You gotta survive the next 3 days and make sure you got water. Otherwise, you're dead. And if it's cold, and desert islands aren't always warm and balmy. You know, you're gonna have to create some kind of shelter, especially to sleep in. There may be animals that you might have to be worried about as well, poisonous or, big teeth. So honestly, if you just sat there watching Star Wars, instead of sorting these things out, you could get yourself into a bit of a pickle.
Yeah, but I also guess that if you have some way to watch Star Trek or Star Wars, then you're pretty good set. You have electricity, and then you have some kind of
you're right.
appliances that you can use.
You're right. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, okay, but I think it's a solar powered TV. And that's
Okay.
it. And that's it, basically. So there you go. I fixed it. It's a solar powered TV with a built-in Blu-ray player. It's not going to help you at all. So you should really be sorting out your fire situation. Yes, I did build in the bags, and I made a little girl. Girl in a bag. Is that a redeem feature? Upside down Meja. It could be, couldn't it? It could be a redeem feature, but it wasn't. It was just, I think it was a hangover from the stream I did with Lena, and I think I had to turn it around then. Reminds me I have to do some work. What work do you have to do? I'm going to have to head to bed, says Rex. It's very late where you are. Sorry about that. It's okay. Been awesome. Meja and Sandra, safe trips to Turkey and hope all is good. Thanks, Rex. Thanks for joining us, and I hope you have a good sleep, and see you again soon, hopefully. And then Tress Huntress has got a little emoji, but I'm not sure what it's a little cartoon person in bed. How nice.
I was inspired by the one going to bed, so I'm laying back.
Hey, that's cool. I'd do this. I'd do exactly the same thing if I could. I'd love to do a from bed stream, but it's just not really practical.
True.
That's good, Maya. Thank you. I got it immediately. That was the Botanist, yeah? Voted Star Trek, says earlier, at the end of the day, while I love and enjoy both universes, I really more like the philosophical aspect of Trek. Freya raised his hand meekly. It was you! You abstained! You're more into funny sci-fi. What are you into, Freya? Funny, yeah, because Star Trek and Star Wars, they do sometimes take themselves a little too seriously. Although, having said that, but Lower Decks actually is quite funny. So especially if you already like Star Trek, if you watch Lower Decks, it kind of takes the piss out of itself quite nicely, and I strongly recommend it. The music's not right. Why is the music doing this? It should be more low key than this. I think I pressed the wrong thing. Yes, we wanted chill EDM, and now we have it. Sorry about that, everyone. I pressed the wrong button again, and we didn't have chill EDM. We had something else. Whoops. Okay, you are into Red Dwarf and Futurama. Okay, if you like Futurama, then you may like Lower Decks as well. It's an idea. It's something you might want to consider, because I think it's really fun. I got 2 pointers on my screen. That's weird. Okay, here we go.
I haven't heard about Lower Deck, but I did see Futurama for the first season or two, I think, many years ago.
Yeah. Did you enjoy
I
it?
thought the first season was hilarious.
I think it was pretty good. I think there's a lot of funny things. However, along with every kind of TV show of that era, there is a massively transphobic episode.
Okay.
It's where Bender joins the Olympics and pretends to be a woman, so that he can win at everything. I think. Or was it a woman robot? I'm not sure exactly what it was, but it was definitely along those lines. Let me just see if I can remember it properly. Does everyone else remember this one? Am I got it right? I think I've got it right. It's so basically Futurama, Bender. I'm just gonna put transphobic. There's always at least one, right? There's always at least one of these episodes. Yeah, it's called Bend Her. Okay, and straight away it popped up. It's the hold on. Let me just Bend Her. This is the summary. It's the 13th episode of the fourth season of the American animated television series Futurama, and the 67th episode. It originally aired. In the episode, Bender changes into a female robot and adopts the name Coilette. And he does this in order to win the Robot Olympics or something, because he believes that he'll be much better in the female category than the male.
That's so sick.
Because that's why we transition. Basically, we always, it's a trick. We're deceitful, and we transition not because we feel like women or men or whatever, but because we want to win at sports.
Yeah, we want to win something, gain something. But if we watch the episode, how would it end?
The Futurama episode.
That would be something nice to find out. Is the whole episode about or trying to blame or in some way hurt transgender people, or is it to actually enlighten people that you don't get that much better even if you change your gender?
I think Bender did win all the medals.
Okay.
So his ruse worked. So I'm not sure it actually supports the idea that women are actually pretty good at these sports at an Olympic level, and any average man could not beat them. Even though most cis men, honestly, they believe the opposite. They believe that they'd have a pretty good chance against people like Serena Williams or whatever. They always think that they do think this. They think they'd even be able to return one serve from Serena Williams, and they wouldn't. They wouldn't even notice that she'd served. They'd have already lost by the time the point was scored, But this is just stuff that men think, poor old men. And it's because they've been brought up to believe this, I think, as much as anything. But it's simply not true.
Yeah.
The difference is,
it's a typical misogynistic thing that you're raised to believe that you are better than any woman just because you're born with a penis between your legs.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
Yeah. And it's very hurtful, of course.
It's not nice to women.
I've been asked actually if I want to compete again in fitness. And I always tell them just blank no.
No.
And they ask me why. And I always tell them that I wouldn't stand a chance against the women.
Yeah.
They're too good.
Yeah.
I've lost too much muscle mass, I've lost too much strength. Yeah. This isn't something that I can even remotely try to use as an advantage.
Exactly. And nor would you want to. You wouldn't want to be competing thinking that you even had some kind of advantage over the cis women. Because basically you wouldn't. My understanding is always that trans women are sort of like big cars with small engines. You know, so we have all this, all this, we have these big bones and these big heavy bones and all this kind of stuff. This larger upper body, it's horrible, right? But it's sort of the case, generally speaking, and unless you transition when you're younger, and then there's basically no difference. But if you're a late transitioner like we are, then we are kind of like big cars but small engined. Because we just don't seem to have the same kind of horsepower, and testosterone just gives you that extra boost of strength and power, doesn't it? That and we really feel it when we don't have it. So cis women obviously aren't turbocharged like cis men, but they tend to be smaller, they tend to be lighter, and therefore for their size and their height and their weight, they would completely outclass us.
Yes. Even when it comes to lifting heavy things.
Sure. Yeah. Absolutely. What are we going, chat?
And also a big concern with transgender women is bone loss, bone density. If we don't get proper estradiol, then we would probably lose bone mass, and then we are likely to break our bones more easily.
Absolutely. Yeah, if our levels are wrong or whatever, we're not on high enough doses. If any deficit in your primary hormone, whether that is testosterone or estradiol, can result in long-term health problems if it continues. This isn't something that will happen if you miss a few doses. This is just something that it would happen if you continually are operating at a lower levels of the primary hormone than your body should have, and then you can have some issues, which means that when doctors prescribe very low doses, knowing that it's too low, but prescribing that kind of stuff anyway, they are doing more harm than good, basically.
Yeah. Also, see, Aurelia has commented here. Almost all athletes who have transitioned end up performing worse relative to their cis competition.
Absolutely. That's just the way it is, isn't it?
Yeah, and it also reminds me about how extreme those who don't want trans women into women's sports are. They tend to say that just because a transgender woman is competing in the women's class, they are taking away a placing for a cis woman.
It's ridiculous. The latest one that I heard about is a cis woman pool player refusing to play against a transgender woman pool player in a competition, and therefore forfeiting the match. I think it was in Blackpool or something like that. And it's ridiculous. Like, what did she think that the trans woman had some kind of advantage in playing pool over her, so it wasn't fair or something? Because that's quite ridiculous. You can't have your cake and eat it here. You can either say that cis women or all women are not are competent and are skilled and can excel and are as smart and as good at these kinds of things as a cis man, and therefore why would you not play a trans woman, even if you believe she's a man, which she's not, but even if you believe that, you should still be able to compete with her, because you should believe that cis women are men's equals. But you don't. You actually think that cis women are inferior to men. You're doing the patriarchy's work by denying trans women the option of competing with you. You're not helping the feminist cause. You're not helping women, cis women generally, but all women. You're actually kowtowing to men. It's very depressing when they do this. It's so stupid. For pool. And also chess as well. Chess, which is a perfect example of like, this is a game of intellect and strategizing, and you just need you need to have the mental facility to do that. And there's so many really, really good cis female I don't know, maybe trans as well, but certainly female chess players that they are really, 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 really good, and they would absolutely wipe the board with me, no question. And most kind of just amateur players, but trans women on a global level have the guidelines say that we should be excluded from competing against cis women. It's like, well, why? Because do you think that cis women are intellectually inferior? And that's why? Because that's not a good look. And it's not true either, is it? It's obviously not true.
Exactly.
So silly. Okay, let's definitely catch up with the chat now. Yes, the Futurama episode is absolutely transphobic. It's 100% or 200% of the playbook that they run by these days. Generally speaking, Futurama's funny and good and witty, but this episode, no. Come on, give us a thumb down. Come on, when I do it, you don't even notice. Come on. My iPhone should do this thing. It's like that, and it should do a little bubble, and it's not doing it. It does it. Oh, it did it for you. You got it, but it's not doing it for me. I don't know why. It's very temperamental. You're getting them all. You've got rain. Oh my god, he gave you rain. Come on, make it rain. Oh. Yeah. Yes, I know it works for you. It doesn't work for me. I don't know why. It's been doing it when I didn't want it to. Freya says, yeah, I ignored that episode. It's horrid. Although I think it's what the transphobes base their entire knowledge of gender in sports on. Yes, that one Futurama episode. Honestly, wouldn't be surprised at that at all. Championship vegetable growing. No, is that botany? That's not. I don't do botany though. There's so much wrong with that whole thing. The episode. Hello, can you show me a first-time chat from Dante's one? Hello, can you show me a cat, please? No. Aurelia, I love how some 40-year-old basement-dwelling neckbeard thinks he can compete with practicing women on any sport, not even the pros. I know, it's funny, isn't it? That never underestimate a man's self-esteem, self-belief. Never underestimate that. And in some cases, that's kind of a good thing to have, but in other cases, it's very misguided. Yeah, we don't have cats here, and certainly not on hand, and also it's a strange thing to say first time in chat. Almost, even though you were polite and said please, I'm afraid we don't just show cats to anyone. Almost all athletes who have transitioned to women end up performing worse. Yeah, Aurelia said that, yeah. And then there was a fake article about cis women boxers forfeiting to a trans woman. Only that never happened, but they've not retracted the article. I saw that. Yeah, I saw that fake article. It had lots of community notes under it, didn't it, when it was posted on Twitter, basically saying none of this is real. But it's still an article that people read, and people will take that news and be like, yeah, this is in the news. This is something that's definitely happening. And it's just made up. It's just made up. It's so depressing.
Yeah, even an American MMA fighter, trans woman.
Yes.
Was accused of breaking someone's bones during a match.
Yep.
And then news came out that this was the actual most usual kind of bone fracture, and it's this bone here, which happens all the time in this MMA sport. And it's not just because a trans woman was competing against a cis woman.
Of course not.
It was happening all the time.
I mean, look, you're doing MMA, and you don't expect to get hurt. I'm sorry, but this isn't the sport for you.
Exactly.
It's like you don't get to cry to mommy when you get hurt because you're competing against a trans woman who's probably less strong than an equivalent cis woman, as we've kind of sort of established. Freya says there's little difference in the playing ability in some sports. Some cis women regularly play on the men's darts, for example. Oh, that's next though, isn't it? It'll be bloody darts. We'll be banned from darts. It's like, it's just it's you can play trans sports ban bingo. That's something we could actually play. Just make up. Just think of the most ridiculous sport that a trans woman could be banned from, like darts, and then put it on your bingo. And you know what? You're probably gonna get it at some point fairly soon. It's it's incredible. Chess and pool. And so this is absolutely not about fairness in sports anymore, is it? It's just the only thing this is about is excluding trans women from being able to play sports or, have any kind of role in public life. That's what it's about. But we all know this.
And then far into the dark future, you would be banned from Lego.
Yeah. I'm sorry, but you're not allowed to play Lego, build with Lego. This is only for cis people. Trans women have an unfair advantage when it comes to building Lego because of their man brains or something. I don't know. I can't even think what it would be, but it would be something ridiculous, wouldn't it? Aurelia says, "Oh, good. New answer for that question about why you knew. I had too little self-esteem and entitlement to be a man, so I was told I had to be a woman." Yeah, there you go. It's another good one. That's another good answer to the question. Hey, hello to Tweety Verde 777. First time chat. Hello, hi guys. I'm doing good. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you too, Tweety Verde. Wait, where you chatting from? Are you in Europe or are you in the US? You might be in the US. Looking at the time, I don't know. I used to watch MMA tournaments when I was younger, says Aurelia, and even went to some. As in the audience, never participated. Sure. Yeah, I would definitely not want to participate in one of them. Aurelia asks, Sandra, for the record, the question was something like, why are you trans? Wrong answers only. Yes. Why are you trans? Wrong answers only. Sandra, would you like to answer the question? It's got to be wrong. You can't say the right answer. It's got to be the wrong answer.
Wrong answers only.
Yep.
I'm trans because I was really fond of milk, so it filled me up with phytoestrogens when I was little.
Oh, that happens, doesn't it? That does happen. You gotta be careful with milk.
Uh-huh.
Yeah. You should sue. You should sue the dairy industry. And the white cows.
It's a pretty big industry in Norway, so that would be lucrative, actually.
There you go. Perfect. Excellent. That's why you transitioned as well. It's like, cash in.
Yeah, exactly.
You knew exactly what you were doing when you drank all that milk, didn't you? You knew exactly what you were doing.
Yes, and I'm going to use my male privilege to actually win this court case.
Yeah, of course, because that would be easy for a man. A woman would probably struggle, but a man, no problem.
Yeah, exactly.
Perfect. Brilliant. I wish you all the best with that that court case.
Yeah.
It almost sounds doable, honestly, but I don't know. If the whole politics thing doesn't work out, then this is the perfect grift. This is a plan B, maybe plan C.
Yeah, but I think I actually need to do this for the money.
Yeah, exactly. For the money. Yeah, I mean, why else would you do it?
Because of the male parts. Then I really need to do this for the money because I'm male. I really want money.
Yes, and men like money. Yes, that makes sense. I mean, only a male-brained person would say that.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's fun to take the piss out of it all sometimes, isn't it? It does take the sting out, at least, maybe.
Yeah, it does.
It's good to have. It's important to have some kind of humor to it all. I think people can take a lot of this too seriously, and a lot of it doesn't really exist anywhere in the world, in the physical world. A lot of it only exists online, in online spaces, on Twitter, in these kinds of very kind of gated communities. And
exactly.
When you actually talk to your average person on the street, they don't care. Not that, they don't really care. They're happy that, they're like, hey, cool, I'm glad you're happy with your life, living your best life. Well done, you. Congratulations. I just need to go to the shop because I got to post a letter. They're not bothered. And that's the way it should be. That's absolutely the way it should be.
Yeah. Just to show how little transphobia there is out there. I actually got recommended to be in the board of the political party here locally in my city.
Yes. Yes,
So-
you got recommended. Yeah, absolutely. It wasn't like you were trying to get in and there were obstacles and there was disagreement or kind of, people saying, no, this shouldn't be allowed. You were recommended. And that's
people
awesome.
wanted me to be with the board.
Yeah, and that's so cool. That basically, really shows the difference between reality and online fantasy, which a lot of people kind of don't distinguish between.
Exactly.
Or at least you have to touch grass occasionally,
Yeah, really. You get to see more transphobia if you engage with transphobia online.
Yes, absolutely.
So if you just
that's right.
stay away from it and clear your cookies and your search history and everything, and just block anything that is transphobic, you won't have any.
That's right.
Mhm.
So that was a good question, Aurelia. Thank you. And it was well answered as well, Sandra.
Yeah, but also, unless you have transphobic family members or in any other way have persons close to you, of course. Then
yes, and of course that's a real thing, and that really does affect a lot of us, and that makes it very difficult. And so
yes,
that's not something you can necessarily hide away from. You do actually sort of have to deal with that in some way, and hopefully not too painfully.
Exactly.
Yeah. Already had a good answer to the question. I realised I was gay, but still primarily into women. So my gender bent itself into a pretzel in order to accommodate both truths. It's a good one though, isn't it? Because some people they don't realise they're gay, and then they transition and they're like, you know what, I actually totally am gay. And my sexuality hasn't changed at all.
Nice.
Levity is the grease of life. Without it, everything just gets stuck and falls apart. It's a very natural and I think healthy response to to difficult, stressful situations or whatever. It's nice to be able to inject a bit of humour.
Yeah, it is. What do you call it? Gallows humor?
Yeah, gallows humour. Yeah, exactly. It's like, you're about to get your head chopped off or whatever, and you make a joke. It's just like, short back and sides, please.
Yeah. I use it a
Although I
lot.
never do. My family's moderately shit. Says Aurelia. There are worse out there for sure, but they are kind of shit. So I'ma just find my people and build a pack with them.
Yeah.
A wolf pack.
Yes, and a lot of LGBTQ people do that. They make their own family instead of just living with their born family. Is that what it's called?
Yeah. I don't know what you call it, actually. Now you said born family, and it's not that, but now I don't know what it is. I can't think. Relatives, birth family. That's it. Yes, it's birth family. Thank you, little fox. So close. Birth family. And that's true. Found family is how it's referred to, or it can be referred to. Found family is the one where you kind of decide who's in your family. You find them and make them part of your family, and or adoptive family. That's maybe another phrase for it. Yeah, sure. Oh no, hold on. Adoptive family if you're adopted. Yes. So then it's not birth family. I see. Okay. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, but chosen family would work.
And then we got blood family. That sounds like a Klingon thing. You'd have a Klingon blood flap family.
Yes.
And or xenoplastic. What? Xenoplastic? What's that mean? Is that sounds it sounds like an alien.
Yes.
Speaking of wolves, did you know the pack leader is last when the pack travels single file? The leader is last to ensure everyone gets to their destination. How nice. I did not know that about wolves. But wolves are kind of quite smart, aren't they, really?
Mm-hmm.
Also, I've seen a wolf in a zoo. I've never seen one in the wild, and I don't know if I'd want to, but I've certainly not up close. But I've seen one in a zoo, and the way it walked and the way it it just kind of slinked. It was really amazing the way it kind of walked around and it had lots of space. Actually, it had a nice big wide open space. Maybe not as much as it would have liked, but as far as zoos goes, this was maybe one of the better ones. And it was really interesting to watch this wolf kind of slinking through undergrowth and bushes and around trees and stuff, and it was just like, wow, that is a predator. That is absolutely 100% an animal that will sneak up on you and just bat your head off, like no problem, because it was big, it was muscular. It was not something that I would want to start a wrestling match with, that's for sure. And then I look at my little dog, my little Labrador, and think, how the hell did you ever come from this creature? Even in the distant past. It's not even that long ago, really, relatively speaking.
Yeah.
It's just incredible how I've got this cuddly little silly creature. Oh, hey, thank you for the follow, little fox. And it's just turned into this ball of fluff. It's incredible.
Yeah.
So it's biological family is another word. That's a good one. I've never seen wild wolves, but I've seen wild foxes. Oh yeah, I've seen plenty of wild foxes. They're kind of cool too, aren't they? But this wolf was big. I just want to also point out that this wolf was big. It wasn't the size of a dog. It was the size of like a wild cat. It was big and dangerous. It was cool. Fogginor says I've met a number of tame wolves. Ooh. I didn't even know it was possible to tame a wolf, honestly. I just thought that they were too wild, okay. Wild wolf, tame wolf, I'm not sure. I don't know how that works. Like, I didn't think you could train them or tame them. I just thought that was it. But obviously it happened in the distant past. Okay. Little Fox says my username actually used to be Spiritless Wolf. Wolf. Yes. Wolf. We have so few wild wolves here. I don't expect I'll ever see one. You're not allowed to kill them, and they're trying to reintroduce them. But shot wolves still keep showing up. I think. I think that's good actually. I like the idea of kind of because obviously it's not a good idea to destroy a species.
Yeah, that was in Denmark.
Obviously. What's the situation in Norway as far as wolves, Sandra? Do you know? Because I think that they get shot, don't they, as well?
Yeah, you are allowed to shoot one, but you have to get a special license for it.
Okay.
You can't just go into the woods and hunt one.
Right, so you have to have like a hunting license, and then if you see a wolf, it's fair game.
Yeah, but it's really hard to get one, and it has to be if you can document that it has some kind of disease or it's rabies or something like that.
Oh, okay.
You can't just.
I see. So it's not just a standard hunting license. You can't shoot a deer and then see a wolf and shoot that one as well. You have to have the premium, the platinum hunting license.
Yes.
Okay.
Something like that.
Huh. I didn't know that.
You also have to have license to hunt elk or something like that. Deer.
Yeah. You
but
need
it's far more strict than that.
Yes. I get that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
There's wild foxes in Fargenort's neighborhood. What's your neighborhood, Fargenort? Where's that then? Where's the wild foxes? I'm assuming because in a lot of cities, a lot of urban places in the UK for sure, you see quite a lot of foxes. I saw a lot of foxes, and they are wild, but they're obviously scavenging from people's bins and just rubbish on the street. You know, after a night out, they clear up all the kebabs and things that people have dropped. They may even lick up the sick. It's actually quite cool having wild wolves. Wild foxes. We're talking foxes. Wild foxes. And everybody agrees wolves are big. People don't really realise. I don't think I'd realised until I went to this zoo and saw this wolf and realised, and then I realised, I definitely realised then. They're huge. Little fox. I was once in the car in a car park with my parents at the coast, and I saw a fox getting fish and chips out of the bin. Yeah, cool. So he wasn't at the counter ordering it. They were getting it from the bin. Easy for wolves.
I would love to see it counter ordering it.
Yeah, but front legs on the counter. You know, fish and chips, please. I don't know how foxes speak, but something like that. Easy for wolves, but coyotes on the hand, not so much the case. What's that in reference to? I'm not sure. Lil Fox says, I think you can hunt rabbits here because there are so many wild rabbits. I think you can as well, as long as you follow all the relevant, firearm guidelines. So you're not allowed to have anything that's got a decent caliber. I think you can hunt them with pellet guns, or no, what's it called? BB guns, or something like that, which can still really hurt people, like really do serious damage. But I think it's maybe you're okay to hunt them with those. Without, I don't know actually. Whatever. I don't know how you do it. I've never hunted either in the UK or in Norway. But I know quite a few people who do. It's quite a popular pastime here, isn't it? And in Sweden.
I'm not sure.
It is. I think it's much more popular in Norway as a thing to do than for example in the UK. And it may be just this area. It's or maybe this area is more kind of popular than down south where you are. But there's a lot of people hunting and a lot of people donning the camouflage and going out with neon guns and stuff and bringing back deers and elks and whatever.
Yeah. Maybe.
Disease control from specialized vets is okay, but otherwise killing wolves for any reason is illegal in Denmark. Earlier asks Sandra, isn't there an exception on elk and deer for Sami people? They're allowed without special permit, and or is that only for herding?
I'm not sure actually. I don't know. I have some Sami friends, but that part I haven't talked about.
Cool. It's a good question, and I think Aurelia may. There may be something to it. I think I kind of have the same impression. Like, if you're in the north, in a Sami tribe, you don't necessarily need to go through all the rigmarole of getting a permit for hunting when you're already sort of in that situation anyway. Mm-hmm. But if you're a Sami and you're living in Oslo, and then you just, rack up your Tesla with shotguns and rifles, and then the police pull you over and say, yeah, what's happening here exactly? I say, no, it's okay, I'm Sami. I don't know if that will fly,
Yeah.
Maybe they've tried it, and I'd love to know what the outcome is. Honestly, the police might be like, whoa, okay, sorry, didn't know, you may go about your business. Probably not.
Guns are really strict here in Norway.
Yeah. Good. That's good.
Which is something I really like.
Yeah, me too. Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Aurelia says, I don't think it's possible for rabbits to become endangered. I've heard that rabbits fuck like rabbits, so probably not. It's an expression. Typically, Freya says, it's .22 rounds are the largest allowed, if I recall correctly. That's in the UK. Foginor says, wolves' pack structure is so similar to human society, it's very easy for them to adapt to us. Oh, but hold on. Are you talking about alpha males and things like that? Or, I mean, I'm not sure exactly what you're alluding to. But this does remind me of the whole kind of, Sandra, do you know about this? The whole alpha male, beta male, whatever, omega male, I don't know. They've basically got an alphabet character for every type of male out there. And they think that it's based on science. They think that it's based on looking at wolves and things like that, and using their behavior to explain human behavior, and then labeling various different men as alpha, beta, or whatever. And it's nonsense. Yeah. It's absolute nonsense. It's the kind of Andrew Tate kind of mentality of this basic cheap psychoanalysis kind of stuff, pop psychology, and it's not a thing. It's not a real thing. I just want to make that absolutely clear.
It's just learned behavior.
Yes, plus alpha. Can you have alpha females? No, alpha females. What did they do? It always reminds me of it's software development, and alpha males are the ones where they release them too early and they're still in alpha stage, and they really should have been gone to beta and then production or release candidates at least, but they just skipped all that and they went straight from alpha to production, and and so they have a lot of bugs and basically don't work very well. That's your alpha male.
Yeah, exactly. Sorry, we just forgot to implement some stuff here.
Yeah, like basic manners and respect for women, and but it basically, it walks. Look, it walks. Check it out. It's good. It can flex as well. We got some basic behavior in there. Yeah. My grandfather, says Aurelia, used to hunt fowl in his swamp, in a fowl swamp, when he owned his farm years ago. Mostly ducks, but sometimes pheasants and partridges. Sounds so fun,
in a pear
actually.
tree.
Now I have this weird hybrid Ford pickup and Tesla in my mind, with the bed just filled with M4 rifles. You're thinking of the Cybertruck. Have you seen those Cybertrucks, Sandra? Of course you have.
Yes, I really want it.
You really want one, yeah?
Yes. I just imagine me, pretty fit with my really 5-inch at least heels.
Oh yeah.
Or something like that. Just climbing out of it. Tight one, push-up bra, and taking my sunglasses off.
Cool.
That's how I picture it. Yeah.
Cybertruck.
I think that would be a nice setting, actually.
That actually does. Actually, I'm sold. Okay, I'm sold. I was going to say Cybertrucks are terrible, but now I'm thinking, I can't stop imagining that, and I'm like, maybe Cybertrucks are a bit cool.
Everyone is expecting big beardy man walking out of the truck with
absolutely they are.
Flannel t-shirt or flannel shirt or something, but then this sexy tall woman on her heels coming out and just owning the scenery,
and then the sexy woman who's in the passenger seat coming out next to her.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't know what an alpha female is exactly, but I think Sandra might know. The whole alpha male thing is just I'm having such a hard time taking that seriously when use it. I know. It's like if they actually say that that no, I'm an alpha male. If they actually say this, then I think everything else they say after that sentence can just be immediately disregarded. Honestly. Freya, got a few bits to do later, everyone. Been a great stream. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Freya. It's been great, isn't it? Have a fantastic Sunday. See you again soon. Aurelia Shirley says, actually, it's not so much a hard time as I'm just dying from cringe on the inside. Yeah, when they say that, yeah, I know it's cringe, isn't it? It's cringe. Good word. Mm-hmm. Fog, these those people are misunderstanding what it is supposed to be. It's supposed to be more about respecting your elders. Ah, okay. So that's, I mean, obviously that's a good thing. And so wolves do that. And so they've kind of subverted it and turned it into something else then, maybe. So wolves.
I wouldn't even I wouldn't respect my elders unless they are kind.
Yeah.
So
yeah,
kindness is the ultimate respect.
I think you might be right. Like, so, you know, because you deferring to elders who are like not good people, you know, deferring to authority just because of age is not necessarily the way to go. You know, it's like, hey, granddad, you're actually a transphobic, homophobic, bigoted piece of shit. Maybe I don't respect you. And that's like fair enough. Just because granddad says it's not doesn't mean it's right.
Exactly.
And Aurelia agrees. I have zero respect for my elders. They haven't.
I mean, if we all had so much respect for our elders that we always thought they were right, the world would never change.
Exactly. Yes.
Yeah, it would be stuck.
We never had wheels in my day. You don't need them. Yes, Granddad. As you rolling past.
Yeah.
On stone wheels. I'm thinking of the Flintstones now.
Yeah. Exactly.
Already says, if you don't want to pay my company that's sinking, go fuck yourselves. This is Elon Musk. Did you see that interview, that disastrous car crash, speaking of the Tesla Cybertruck? He had a car crash interview with, I think, a journalist or something. It was on quite a big forum. And it was cringe. It was mega cringe. It was super ultra mega cringe. It was awful to watch. This is Elon Musk.
Didn't see that.
You didn't see it? We watched it last. I think we watched it last stream. Was it last stream or the stream before? It was really incredible, and it was. It was. It's difficult watching because you see this guy and you just think, oh my god, he shouldn't be in charge of anything. Never mind things like Twitter and Tesla and SpaceX and things. He's like, and I can understand all the stories about them shielding the production to people. Like the managements have been basically kind of operating on a firewall in a lot of these companies, where they manage Elon Musk, and it's completely separate from company operations. But they kind of make him think that he's in control. But like it's if they actually did the stuff he's asking, if they didn't shield the workings of the company from this guy, it would not work. And actually, you kind of see how that's actually a really good idea when you look at Twitter, because none of this has happened for Twitter. He's been in direct control of Twitter, and it's not good. And so this interview was him talking about Twitter and basically telling advertisers to go and fuck themselves if they didn't want to advertise on the platform, which is a really good way of making sure that advertisers don't advertise on the platform.
Yeah, it is.
I don't want to play the video again. We can watch. I mean, no, let's not watch the video again. It's just too depressing and too just gross. You obviously, anyone who wants to
can
look
watch it
can
on my
find
spare
it.
time.
You can find it. Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
The interview was as much a car crash as the design of the Cybertruck. There is something about the Cybertruck that I do quite like from a design point of view. It looks like a low polygon mesh. It looks like a mesh. It looks like something that Lara Croft would have drove back in the 90s. Absolutely. On a PlayStation, and I sort of respect that. It's not something that we tend to see on the roads nowadays, but I quite like the idea of it. We'll see I think it'll be very interesting to see it when it's actually out there and people are driving it, and then I'll judge it. But right now, the jury's completely out. Aurelia says, seeing that interview, I get the idea that they basically have babysitters on payroll just to handle the man-child if he shows up. Yeah. No question. I mean, it's basically this is documented. They've said exactly that. That's what they do. those so-called fake self-labeled alpha males are the opposite of the concept. It's about the needs of others first. Those are actually gammas, puffing their chests out to try to show themselves to be more than what they are. The gammas, are they? Not gamma? Are they not gammons? Gammons. Although that's not a letter in the alphabet. Do you know about that, Sandra? Gammons. Gammon. So gammon is...
I'm not familiar with the term.
Yeah, okay, I didn't think you would be. So gammon is a smoked... Is it smoked? It's cured... No, it's cured meat. It's cured pork. It's like a big pig... It's a big... it's like from the back, or it's close to the bacon area of the pig. Gammon, and it's cured. And it's really good. You can get a joint of gammon, and I really like it. But then we also label... we also label people who are kind of like older, red in the face often, and angry older guys as gammons.
Okay.
They are gammons in the UK, and it's a perfect insult because they basically have the skin often has the same texture as a piece of gammon.
Okay. Yeah.
Especially when they're angry, which is most of the time.
Sounds like an insult to the part of the pig.
It is. I don't like insulting pigs because pigs are amazing animals. They provide us with so many nice foods, but but yeah, these people are these. But the insult's so perfect for these people that it's stuck. So it's a widely used term in the UK, and I think even is it even used in the US? I'm not sure, but it's definitely in the UK. It looks like a 90s video game card does. Alpha, Beta, Gamma, Delta, Greek alphabet. I know it is. I just disagree with the whole applying the Greek alphabet to trying to define who's what in society. It's like it's like that EPNR test. No, hold on, what is it? There's letters that define a person's personality. And they're like... What are they? What's that test? Do you know that, Sandra?
Yeah. There's a bunch of them, but the one that is really popular now is called 16 Personalities.
Okay. Yeah.
And it's put together with introvert, extrovert kind of personality, and then you have neurotic or something else. I don't remember everything.
I think you're right, and so you have a collection of these letters after. Well, some employers actually want employees or even potential employees to tell them what the letters are, so that they'll be able to see if they're a fit for the company. And they'll even give them these tests to do when they apply for the job or in the job interview or whatever, so that they can be assessed on what kind of personality they have based on these tests, which is a little bit scary. Not sure. I think it's a good idea.
But most serious companies that really use these tests, they go through an extensive certification for how to use it.
Right.
So if a company uses it without certification, they're probably doing it wrong.
Right. Cool. Yeah. Okay.
And it's really, really important to use it correctly. Otherwise, you are probably building a team with the wrong people.
Yeah. I thought that you might know about this kind of stuff based on your areas of interest.
Yeah, and education.
And education, exactly. Ongoing.
Yeah. Ongoing and in my past.
Yep.
Yeah.
Aurelia says, I think we have it here too. So is that the gammons or the personality tests? And yeah, it's kind of not good. Aurelia thinks, based on these arbitrary and pseudoscience tests, it is a bit pseudoscientific, isn't it? It's like, and it's trying to put people in boxes where they wouldn't necessarily always fit. You're just basically trying to it's not always a natural fit, and sometimes you're asking It might work for some people, but then also it might not work for other people. I would posit.
Yeah.
Anyway, if they were to ask me that, I'd say I was an Omega. That sounds good, but I think it doesn't mean anything, does it? I personally consider those tests about as valid and scientific as BMI, so body mass index.
Yeah, probably. Yeah, it kind of is in the same ballpark. You can use it on a population, but you can't use it on an individual.
That's good. That's a good way of looking at it. It's also used by a lot of surgeons and doctors to exclude people from surgery. Yes. People who actually would be fine to have the surgery, they're just it's just a kind of a hard fixed rule. It's like anyone over this certain BMI is not eligible for surgery, and that's that. And so you have to get under that. But often, if they actually looked at it on a case by case basis, they'd come to the conclusion that actually that's not fair, and they should be allowed to have surgery. This is a trans thing for sure. I've had so many women loads of women who are constantly trying to. I've got to get my BMI below this number, otherwise I can't have my SRS or whatever. It's
exactly.
All right, that was about the gammon. So you have gammons in Denmark as well. What, the meat or the people? It's all people buying too much into Aldous Huxley. Aldous Huxley. Is this where it came from? Is this Aldous Huxley's fault? Brave New World. Aurelia raises hand as being too big for surgery according to their BMI. But why do case-by-case evaluations when they would allow more people? That would allow more people to get surgeries they need. And it's not just trans people either. This affects all people.
Yeah.
So Fargonaut is thinking, so this is Aldous Huxley's fault. If you say so, this is all Aldous Huxley's fault. There's a lot of older science fiction writers who are responsible for a lot of shit. I don't know if you know about this, Sandra. So we've got Aldous Huxley. I mean, honestly, the jury's still out because I'm not sure what he's done exactly, but apparently something terrible. He's responsible for the alpha beta male shit. Maybe. And then we've got... Who's the guy who did Scientology? The guy who actually just made up Scientology is a science fiction writer. He basically just used ideas from his books and created this religion, and that became Scientology. So that's what Tom Cruise and a lot of the Hollywood elite actually, are completely... I mean, it's basically a cult, but that's what they're in. Can't remember his name now, though. It was a science fiction writer, no question. And then we got Isaac Asimov, who liked to grope underage girls. We've got Arthur C. Clarke as well, who apparently is a sort of a similar kind of thing.
Seriously?
Yeah, a bit rapey, a bit gropey, a bit sexually assaulty. Yeah, I know. Like some greats of science fiction are really not good people, which is a real shame because I enjoyed the books when I was young. And then it's a question of separating the author from the work, the death of the author. And Asimov's dead, Arthur C. Clarke's dead, so it's not that difficult to separate them because they're no longer, getting any of the royalties. They're long gone. Whereas certain other people who are still alive collect royalties from all the works, and it's much harder to say that it's the death of the author argument. You by enjoying their works and buying them, you are contributing to their funds that they then use to support transphobia.
Yeah.
Everyone knows who I'm talking about. Everyone knows who I'm talking about.
Yeah.
You know who I'm talking about. Some authors are just terrible people and not even that good at writing. It's like the IQ test. It's applicable, to a tiny share of the population that the powers that be have decided matter. IQ tests are very interesting things. So they are they are racist. IQ tests are racist. So generally they've been designed, and so if you are a white middle class male who's gone through education in the in a Western institution, a school system, and you do an IQ test, then you'll probably do okay, right? But if you're not any of those things and you haven't gone through that system, even though you are still intelligent and even educated, but you've just done it somewhere else in a different part of the world, and perhaps you have a different coloured skin as well, you do an IQ test and you'll basically score lower. It's interesting, isn't it, that? And it doesn't mean, it absolutely doesn't mean that one person's smarter than the other one. It literally just means that one person's better at an IQ test than the other one. And the thing with IQ tests is you can learn how to do them. You can get books, you can do courses online and stuff, you can watch YouTube videos, you can do all these things, and you can practice IQ tests, and by practicing them, you can get smarter. So what's an IQ test?
IQ test.
Sorry? On the IQ test, yes. So what's an IQ test measuring? It's about your ability to pass an IQ test. That's it. So when someone says I've got a very high IQ, or I'm in Mensa or whatever, I always wonder, it's like, well, how that must have been very important to you. You obviously practiced a lot.
Probably, yes.
And that's a strange thing to do, I think.
Exactly.
Aurelia.
I like.
Come on.
Yeah. Okay. Do Aurelia first.
Okay. Gather your thoughts. Separating author from work is a lot easier when they are dead, as opposed to a certain look. And we all know who we're talking about, right?
Yeah.
We know. If you're a white middle-class US male in high school, that's the target demographic for the IQ test. Or you can just naturally score high and then realize it's worth nothing. Because if you do naturally score high, then you're probably quite intelligent, and that means that you also realize that IQ tests are very flawed. One would hope.
Yeah, but you have, if you look at society, we have different kinds of experts or roles in different areas, and it shouldn't be very hard to see that we are not created equal. So one test is not going to accurately define if you're smart or not.
Absolutely not. There's so many different ways to be smart. There's being smart. There's having like survival skills in a rainforest that will keep you alive and actually allow you to prosper and have that kind of smarts. And if I was dropped into a rainforest, I'd be dead within a day. It's just that's just the way it is. And so who's the most intelligent? Exactly. It's all about our ability to thrive in our environment.
Yes, and we also find an area that interests us a lot more than other areas.
Yes, if I'm not interested in something, I find it very difficult to pretend to be interested or learn anything about it. If I'm interested in something, I tend to be very interested in it, and I quite quickly know everything about it.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if the quote is dedicated to Albert Einstein, but it's approximately like this: if you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will always believe it's stupid.
Yeah, okay, that's a good one. Whoever it was definitely had an interesting point there, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Survival within our environment. Within the environment that we are wanting to be good at.
Yeah, and the abilities that we're born with.
Yeah, or designed to be. Yeah, exactly. So Farginos says, especially when societal standards and ignorance were more prevalent back then. Back when, with the sci-fi writers and Aldous Huxley. I still don't know exactly what Aldous has done, but we're going to continue to take your word for it. If an IQ test was a measure of success later in life, I wouldn't be struggling so hard. Oh yeah, are you good at IQ tests, Aurelia? Sneaking that one in. My family on my mother's side is really good with numbers. Oh, okay, cool. Well, yeah, you are quite good with numbers, actually, already, I think. You're quite good at just mental arithmetic and things like that, yeah? Aurelia says I could probably survive for a while if I crashed on a desert island with no dangerous wildlife. Okay, but it's the dangerous wildlife that's the issue. When there is dangerous wildlife, we're kind of screwed, honestly. I don't know. And I don't think you can possibly say, hey, no, I can survive on a desert island if there's no dangerous wildlife, and if there's like a hut already there, and there's like firewood, and and a nice dry place to sleep, and if there's like a stash of food and a nice fridge with beer in it, I think I'd be all right, actually.
Yeah.
It's like, yeah, but that's a lot of caveats.
Let's pick and choose the perfect island to crash on.
Yeah, exactly. And honestly, knowing my luck, I wouldn't find that perfect island. I wouldn't have the fridge full of beer. It would be one of those rubbish ones which doesn't have any of that.
Yeah, and a spring for fresh water also.
That's
Yes.
well, that would be nice. That's like a baseline minimum. Yeah,
Very convenient.
but probably not. I'd probably need to create some kind of filtration system. And honestly, I don't know if I could be bothered. I mean, yeah, I don't think many people could survive on an island that has a pack of lions. Exactly. Or you just make friends with the lions. You just make friends with the lions, though. Just like good kitty, good kitty.
Yeah, let me rub your back.
Yeah, and then it's then you're dead. Right, I'm gonna stop the stream. I think we've had a fun time, and I don't want to overstay my welcome on the internet. It's been fantastic to have you, Sandra. It's been really good fun.
Really nice to be here with you on this stream.
Yes, let's do it again.
And as you promised, the hours flew fast by.
I told you they would. Like, this is like, what, 4.5 hours now? And it's just, what? It doesn't even make sense, but that's actually what's happened.
Yes, exactly.
So, we're going to raid someone.
I'm sorry to all the listeners that we robbed you of all your time.
Hey, it's their choice for listening. Like, what you basically say? You're basically saying that 2 cis women could have been streaming right now, and we're taking their place. Poor cis women.
Yeah.
We're so mean, aren't we? At least as trans people. So Astro Canuck is on. I think that's the one we're gonna raid, because it's always a good time with Astro. So I'm just gonna set up that raid. How many followers is he? He's got loads. He's got 5.6 thousand. He's doing pretty well. The reason he's doing pretty well is because he has a really good stream. Let me just set this straight up. I can remember how. Raid.
Thanks for being so active, Aurelia. It's really nice to have active people in the chat area.
It's really good. Chat's been great today. So the raid's been created. We're gonna raid Astro Canuck, whose name is Tom. Oh, I'm glad he said his name because I wasn't sure. Okay, it's Tom. That's good. He does a mixture of Lego building and outer space photography and things like that. He's got a telescope. I think he's got the telescope connected to his stream as well, so we can actually see it live, which is always fun. Not sure what he's doing right now, but I guess we'll find out very soon. Hold on, no. I'll tell you what he's doing. He's doing a Millennium Falcon Christmas diorama. That sounds exactly up our street, especially as we all like Star Wars, right? It's been decided that we all like Star Wars more than Star Trek. So I'm making the Enterprise. You don't want that. He's making Millennium Falcon. It's gonna be nice for you.
Yes.
Okay, I'm gonna say goodbye and go and do a massive wee. So thank you, everyone. Thank you, Sandra. Thank you so much. I'll see you again. Actually, you can stay on because I'll still see you, and then I can say goodbye properly. In the meantime, goodbye, all my viewers, all my fans, all my subscribers, all my supporters. Thank you so much. I'll see you again soon. Bye bye. Mwah!
Bye.
That's it. We have finished. So I'm gonna stop the stream, but you'll still be in my other window. So I might lose you temporarily.
Okay.
Stop the